back to Ace Attorney at last. Let's get it. I'm so excited for this. I think we have to select adventure and then just choose the second game. But yeah, I was looking at the stream archive earlier just to see, you know, when we actually did do this, all things considered. And it turns out it was like September 24th was part 1 of this game being uploaded to the YouTube archive. So I assume sometime mid-late September was when we actually started this one, the Ace Attorney Adventures. And now we can finally, at long last, start Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. So much has happened since then. I had the super long hair back then. I hadn't cut off all my hair for charity yet. I was still working my old thing. I hadn't gotten my internship. I hadn't gotten a degree from college. It was a different world, man. It was a whole different life I was leading. But yeah, now we're here. Now we're here for Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Granted, a lot of shit happened in my real life, and in return, I don't remember much about the video game life. I'll be honest, I don't remember much from the first game in terms of like major plot elements that I need to remember, so we'll try to pick it up as we go along. But I will do a quick recap here, just to see how much I remember. We had a friend who was like a samurai guy. He was murdered horribly by a weird Russian lady. We came to the great jolly old England, and there was a weird dude who looked like the Penguin who got murdered. And then he was like a secret mastermind and shit. We had a friend that was Sherlock Sholmes. He was not Sherlock Holmes, his own original OC. And that little Watson girl who was helping him out. Susato left. That's right, at the end of the last game, Susato left and went back to Japan. So now we're solo, alone in England. And we found like a mysterious list or some shit that said Asian on it. I remember that because that was really funny, but that's all I remember. I don't remember much. I don't remember a whole lot. I'm sure it'll come back to us as we go on, but for now, let us just press forward with the Ace Attorneying and see if we can't recall some stuff later. Ah, beautiful. The beautiful billowing clouds. Oh, this is definitely Japan, you could tell. They would never draw England looking this nice in a Japanese game. Yep, called it. Called it. Let's go Japan. Shit on England more. I love it.
Here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
That's me. That was Ryosuke Naruhodo.
He's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Wow. Honestly, he wasn't that noble. Wasn't the first case me taking a big paycheck to represent some scumbag?
For taking so long to come to visit you.
No, that's right. He was tricked into it. I remember now. Sorry.
Whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Who's this gravestone? Do we know yet? I don't remember. She finds herself faced with an awful crime. Maybe this is the gravestone. Okay, I don't remember her having any, like, dead... It's that girl! Holy shit! That's a blast. Remember her? That's a fucking blast from the past.
I came here today to ask something of you.
She was the very first, like, person we tried to prosecute in Ace Attorney.
For the only time in my life.
What?
As a lawyer.
She's a lawyer! Oh, I thought she was a legal assistant. This is getting so crazy already. She's so evil, bro. That lady was like a swan-based murderer. What?
So please.
Huh? She's dead!
For your guidance.
This is so crazy already, dude. I thought she was gonna be like a major villain. Like overarching villain. She murdered some dude. She murdered like the Watson's father in the first game's first case, but she got off because she was like rich and connected. That's crazy! She's dead? The case of the blossoming attorney. I hope this game's not about Susato, because I don't want to do her voice for an entire game. That's another thing, is I do not remember the voices, so please forgive me for having no goddamn clue what, like, any of the voices are going to be for this, because I truly don't know. 13th August, 8:26 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 3. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. It's this guy, J. Jonah Jameson, I remember. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You got a fine figure, counsel. but you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Forgot that he was her dad. Okay, that's my bad. I definitely did completely forget that. I will take full responsibility for not remembering that. That's pretty dumb. But I completely forgot. Completely forgot. This guy was the only in the first case. Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. That's right, he was at Imperial Yume University, working with the guy who got murdered in the first case. They were like besties. That was the tie-in, how the protagonist gets wrapped up in the whole thing, I believe. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? Oh, who the fuck is this character? She looks exactly like Mikotoba. Would I be correct in thinking that you ought to be my lawyer in court today? Yes, that's right. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. I don't know, she looks like a murderer, I'm not gonna lie. If we were to prosecute people based on how they look alone, which we should in the US, I would presume to think that that's a good legal system. She would be going to jail for being crazy as hell. First of all, wearing a weird flower dress. Second of all, she has literal devil horns coming out of her head. I feel like that's a big no-no. That's a big sign, a red flag, if you will, is having literal devil horns growing out of your head. Would you be interested in an arcade fighter jet game? Ace Combat or Project Wingman? Not particularly. Thank you for the offer, but I don't really play flying games. They confuse my brain open, if you could believe that. To this day, when there are games that are like super 3D oriented, I can't really do it. I have kind of that old head thing, you know? Like, the people who are like real old school gamers sometimes can't even play 3D like action games because it just makes the motion sick. For me, when I play a game that's like super fast-paced in 3D, I get that a little bit. Did you go on a date? No, I was in a Zoom call earlier. I was in a Zoom meeting. So I've got business in the front, and then my pants below, I am just wearing exclusively like a Borat G-string, and that's it. Because that doesn't show up on the call, so you can basically wear whatever you want. You aren't watching the KSI fight. Wait, there's a KSI fight today? Huh? Who's he fighting? KSI is always fighting somebody, man. YouTubers love fighting now. Remember me? Remember me. Okay, I got it. Got the pun. That was a quick one. I forgot that this game is all about name puns. Remember me. Born in the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Some Mexican kid? Oh no, that's not good. The thing is about Mexicans is you can't sleep on them in the realm of boxing. Mexicans have a long and storied history of having just completely batshit insane boxers. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Remember me? Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Someone put in the toilet flush sound effect. Please! Oh my, well, it's just that. Bro, give me the protagonist. I don't want to do girl voices all fucking day. I don't want to do girl voices all day. Alright, we're gonna make a truce. This is gonna be known as the detente of this stream, is that we will come to an agreement that I will do the protagonist voice for while Cesato's the protagonist, because he's not even in this scene, and it's way easy. I chose that protagonist voice specifically because it's really close to my original voice. It's really easy to do. So I'm not gonna do her stupid voice all the thing. He's a real fighter. Yeah, so there's two possibilities, right? Either KSI is going to get his ass fucking ripped to shreds because he's fighting an actual boxer, and a Mexican boxer, no less. Or he's gonna pay the guy to do a draw. I remember that happened with like one of the Logan Paul fights. Logan Paul or Jake Paul, some Paul brother, hired some insanely talented boxer to fight him. I can't remember who it was. And then they like tied. They both won. So that's also possible. You look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. This girl's gay as hell, bro. This girl is like triple, quadruple gay at this point. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Oh, that's why her name is Remember Me. I get it now. She's got a damnesia. Either that or Susato's lawyer outfit is just too dapper. We watched Shark Side of the Moon last night. Honestly, if they made Shark Side of the Moon into a mystery visual novel, I would definitely play that. That'd be way better than fucking Gay's Attorney. That was a bizarre movie. I actually kind of love Shark Side of the Moon because it's like, I don't know, it was so heartfelt. They put so much research into different kinds of sharks to make the shark people. For those of you who don't know, we watched a movie called Shark Side of the Moon last night about Russian sharks that lived on the moon. And they were also people too. They were shark people. It was good. It was a very fucking epic movie. It was not good, but it was fun. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial was gonna work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Oh, okay. She's just disguised. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? Yeah, guys, that's the twist, is we're playing as Susato right now. I know I'm doing the protagonist voice, but it's because I don't want to do two girl voices at once. What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. But my defense? They spell defense with a C. I'm still so mad. I'm still so mad that this game was localized into British English. I can't get over it. I'm sorry. I'll die mad about it. I will die mad that they did British English. I know the game takes place in England, okay? Hop off my dick. I'm still mad about it. Because America rules, England drools. It's a little known fact about this world. Yeah, Remix let his intrusive thoughts win that time. Remix let his evil side out. Everybody has a side of them, an evil face doing a Grinch smile. And in this moment, Remix let it out. His heart did not grow 5 sizes. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. This was also a plot point in Persona 4, if I remember. There was a girl who was a detective and like a cop. But apparently in Japan, you're not allowed to be a hotshot detective if you're a woman, so she dressed like a man. And I was like incredibly fucking confused because I didn't know that was a Japanese thing. But this makes more sense because it's in like the 1800s, but yeah. Apparently that's like still kind of a Japanese thing. Very, very, very gender-locked society, you know? You know when you play an RPG and there's like classes that are gender-locked to you? It's like that, but in real life. It's rough. Wakapi always lets his intrusive thoughts win. Wakapi doesn't have anything except for intrusive thoughts. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. Yeah, that's messed up, dude. Was that the girl who the guy was gay for? Yes, there was a guy who was gay because he was in love with a man who was a woman. It was really confusing. But yeah, he thought he was gay. And so he had a whole thing where he was like naked in a bathhouse. That was a weird game. I like Persona 4, but it's strange. It's a weird one for sure. It's the kind of thing where like, it's this bizarre phenomenon that's almost exclusive to Japan, but they make cool stories and then have all the like microcosmic elements of those stories just be completely embarrassing. Like you can't admit that you like Persona because someone will pull up all of the fucking really stupid goddamn scenes, like the fucking teddy bear talking shit and doing raps and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's true. You're true. You're right. It's fucking stupid and cringe, but it's also good. It's weird. It's this weird paradigm. I don't know. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. She should have also been called Ray It On Me, if you could believe that. I think that would have been a good name for her, too. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman, I still to this day can't say judicial assistant consistently. It's so hard. The consistent judicial assistant is like the hardest phrase in the English language. It's so hard to say for some reason. And yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. I don't think that's the qualification, Ray. Ray It On Me. Ray, please don't look at me like that with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You're gay! You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this. We can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. She's not. She's actually not trembling at all. That's a lie. I can see. The other thing about this is that I'm probably going to be dog shit. I've noticed a trend in these games. Whenever I go back to an Ace Attorney game, the first case, I just fumble really hard. I don't know why, but it's like I have to get into the swing of it again. So forgive me if I fail this case 800 times. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, a murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll still be by you till the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. Didn't Wakabi used to have a catchphrase that starts with "because that's"? No, it's because Wakabi said so. That's what he says. My bad. I'm sorry. I thought Susato was Wakabi. I thought she was Susato-P. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom. We're back in Japan court this time, man. They're gonna bring in that dude who looks like a fucking dragon again. There was some weird old man in the very first case of the last game who looked like a dragon. Usually the court is in Britain, but this time it's in Japan. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Just so everybody's caught up, we don't know what the fuck is going on yet. All we know is that swan lady from the first case of the first game is apparently dead. It showed her stabbed to death, and they think this girl did it. But yeah, it was a hard open. Like, this game just kind of jumped right into it. There was very little pageantry. There was no, like, last time on. There was no where are they now. We just jumped into this. We still haven't even seen the protagonist yet. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? That does make sense. The victim from this case, in the last game, murdered some dude, but got off because she was like a rich British girl with political connections. So I think she didn't make any friends in Japan. We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Okay, let's do it. First case, jumping right in. I'm Susato Mikitoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a great study trip. I can't read today. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. Bro, stop flashing back to this hoe. I want to see the case. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. This is getting so fucking intense. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. If Remix was in, like, jail and going to trial for murder, I feel like he would also have a similar problem that no lawyer would take his case. He just seems the type, you know? Remix definitely seems like the type to take a composite boat to the grocery store and just start laying into people at random. 13th August, 9 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Card Room 1. Dang, Susato's dressed like a fucking homo for some reason. What the hell?
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. This guy's back, baby. I love that dude. Uh-oh, malware bites is popping up. Stop. Stop. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Okay, there we go.
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready.
Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaru Naruhodo.
What?
Is that correct?
Her name is not Ryutaru Naruhodo.
Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little adventure. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel?
Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how to uphold his manly acts first and not overdo it. He's acting like a Ryutardo right now. And those wild white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be...
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program This is,
his cousin.
That's right, Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them. Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call it a country boy. How dare you? Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Good job, Ray, you're nailing it. You're not blowing my fucking spot at all. Please be careful, Ray. Shush, shush, shush. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest he is not. Oog! I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wants to flit! She's doing the thing. She's doing the crazy eyes like that guy always does in the court.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
the Japanese empire. Never ask the Japanese what happened in China between the years of 1940 and 1945. Don't ask them. Don't ask them what happened on the island of Iwo Jima. They don't like to talk about it. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now.
There he is, baby. That was 9 months ago? Wow, I should have totally played this game 9 months after I played the first one. That would have been so perfect. Instead, it's been like 10 months or 11 months. Damn it. I was so close. Rats. I was just off by like 2 months.
The same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying color. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
All right, it's time to prove myself. She did that thing that he does. This is so weird, dude. What a strange start to this one. I'm honestly kind of surprised. Because, like, there's just, like, so many established characters in the British story, you know? I thought Susato was just gonna be gone for a while. But no, instead we're doing the opposite, where we jump, like, straight to Susato. I thought the whole thing was gonna be, like, Susato goes away, and then she comes back later, and it's a big moment, because you haven't seen her in a long time. Please make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Oh, this is how we just... Okay, we're gonna skip this shit. This is just how we teach how to use the mechanics and shit. Stupid game. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhara-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank. Okay, just shut up. Just let me do it. It's not letting me do it. It wants me to use the stupid evidence system. This game has a system, despite mostly just being like a visual novel game. It does have gameplay, which involves opening up like an evidence chest and showing people the evidence you've acquired. Like, you can present a person against a statement or an object against a statement. It's like playing the game Clue, but if you're playing against a book too. All right, check the court record with R. Court record, yeah. Oh, let's check this out. Okay, so this is our evidence. Let's read this real fast. This will be fun. Time of death is just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife. Only a single wound was inflicted. Interesting. Okay, trauma to the lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound inflicted just after 2 p.m. Giselle Brett, female British. Time of death is 11th of August around 2 p.m. Deep, single stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction. Aha! Extreme purple constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Now, I'm no pupil expert. God forbid I try to pretend to be a pupil expert, but I believe that pupils constrict and expand based on light. Other stuff can affect it as well, but this might be a reference to light. We should remember that. So her pupils were constricted. That's probably important. So if her pupils were constricted, I believe that means she was somewhere bright when she died. So what we need to do is once we get to see like the scene of the crime, we should check to see if that adds up to make sure her body wasn't moved. And the time of death was around 2 p.m. Okay, so 2 p.m. in the day would make sense for pupils to be constricted. Am I right or am I stupid? I think that's true. I think I'm spitting facts right now. Hey, what's up, Nelatar? Welcome back. Good to see you again. You got here just in time. We just started the very first case. The very first case. Okay, so pupil constriction has occurred. Good to know. Giselle Brett. There she is, the victim. Also the perpetrator of the first case of the last game. Yeah, see, 9 months ago, she murdered Dr. John Wilson. And this guy is the struggling prosecutor. Oh, poor Auchi. And there's Remember Me, the defendant in this case. Cool. Nice. Well, I'm glad you're dead, Giselle Brett, but I was hoping you'd be more of a recurring villain than this. This has been interesting, because like all the characters they've kind of set up in this story to be villains have died really quickly. They just haven't had any impact on the story at all. It's very weird. There's been no long-term villains in this whole story. Amelia got to see the doctor today? Oh, that's great news. Awesome. I'm glad. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it's been really turbulence trying to get that doctor stuff done, it seems. So I'm glad it finally happened. I'm glad that worked out for her. Check the court record with R. Press A! Oh, it won't let me do it. What button do I press? I'm like a fucking gorilla right now. I'm trying to press every button. None of them work. She has lumbago, or as some know it better, the witch's arrow. Interesting. Weird. Huh. Wow, yeah, so it's a really good thing she got into the doctor. Damn. That was a job well done going to the doctor for that, for sure. Now, see, that is like a rare condition as well, so it makes sense that it took a while for them to find. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad she got that done. That's a relief.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this?
Oh, I just had to keep going, my bad. Yeah, the victim is Giselle Brett.
Yes.
Sorry, Judge, I was trying to present evidence to him, but he didn't want me to.
She's raising her hand. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett.
Oh my god. Giselle Brett?
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proven hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. So in the court record, he's just talking about the, like, profile, right? I'm assuming so. Yeah, so her profile says she murdered John Wilson. That's what he's talking about for sure. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of Queen Victoria. Nope, that's not true. It's a killer.
Yes.
Yes. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer.
No, not Dr. John Wilson. At the time, this game had a fake Dr. John Watson, like in Sherlock Holmes, but they called him John Wilson instead. It was a bit of a misdirect, a bit of a trick. And then his weird daughter became like the new Watson. It was very strange. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikitoba. Poor dude, he just wanted some food. The worst part is, about getting murdered like that, at dinner, at the table, he didn't even start eating. His food was completely untouched. Like, if you're gonna get murdered as you eat, you would hope it'll at least be after you eat, or mid-eating. But right before, that's just like, that's such a blue balls.
I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of government wish to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryanosuke Naruhodo. That's the protagonist from the last game. I'm assuming he's also the protagonist of this game, but not yet. We're playing as his assistant first, because she's got to do some stuff in Japan. He's still in England. He's still just hanging out in England with Sherlock Holmes and stuff. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. She's so evil. Never trust a British woman. I've always said it. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Hey, what's up, Amelia Tar? Welcome back. I'm glad to hear you're feeling better, or at least you got to go see the doctor. That's great. Nelatar was telling me about that a little while ago. Such a relief. I'm glad that happened for you. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. That's not his voice. I forgot his voice already. My bad. I got a shot to the bum. It hurted, but I can move now. Nice. Well, that's worth it. That's a worthy trade-off, for sure. A little pain now for relief later. That's always worth it. I'm glad. That's great. I'm so glad to hear that. We were unable... That's his voice. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Oh my god. What? What a twist! I guess we don't know because we weren't there. We left for England already. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. His voice was Mr. Krabs. Your voice is Mr. Krabs. Oh, sick fucking burn. 107 said, oh, my voice really is Mr. Krabs. Wait, which character's voice was Mr. Krabs? I don't remember that. This guy? This guy was a nerd. This guy's a fucking, he was even in the first game. He was a complete nerd. It was Ouchie. Oh, weird. Why is there 2 blurps? That is way too many fucking blurps, bro. Now the audio isn't doubled, but the visual is doubled. What the hell? This is going so crazy. Da-da-da. Yeah, but peach emoji still hurts. That's that's fair. It's worth it. It's still worth it just getting the one shot. Da-da-da. Where is Yoda? Yoda's honestly, I'm so upset with Yoda today. She was being such a rat. My dog was being just a complete and total rat-like creature today. I think she's mad at me because yesterday was like International Dog Day, and I didn't do anything for her at all. Like I just gave her a little something, a little snack. But she wanted more clearly because today I went out into my living room and she looked me straight in the eyes and peed on the floor. That's what she said with her eyes. She stared at me right in the eyes and she pissed all over the fucking rug. So I had to spend like half an hour just cleaning that up before the stream started. And in my nice Zoom meeting outfit and everything, I just had to fucking clean piss out of the rug. It was so annoying. I don't know why she's got to be like that. She's usually really good about not peeing inside, but today she felt like making a fucking statement. She did. She knew about Dog Day, and she had her damn revenge. That's all I know. Oh, it was 2 shots. See, 2 shots is 2 shots too far. See, Remix is right. Yeah, that is Dr. Fauci at the moment. The very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before? What? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. You went to the world of reptiles today? Oh, that's dope as hell. I fucking love reptiles. They're so cool. They're so weird because they're very, like, alien. They're remarkably alien compared to other animals. I always find that, like, reptiles are so much more, I don't know, like, freakish than regular mammals. They just don't behave they're so erratic. Were they living on the reptile side of the moon? Were they actually living on the reptile side of the moon? Beam Machine had to go there and fucking fly off in a spacecraft before they could start the lava river. None of you guys saw Shark Side of the Moon. Don't even fucking talk to me. Shark haters. Shark Side of the Moon haters. Hashtag Shark Side of the Moon sweep. That movie's gonna sell 1 Sharkillion copies. What dog breed do I have? She's a little mutt. She's just a little runt. I rescued her from a shelter, so I don't know exactly what she's a mix of, but she's just like a little brown freak. I've got a lot of pictures of her in the Animal Land section of the Discord. She's cute though. She's got a big funny head. She's got a very large head and a tiny body. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. She's also completely crazy. She's also a completely crazy dog. She likes to go crazy and run around in circles and stuff. Professor Ouchie. He's doing his pose. Why does he do that? As is your wish, Your Excellency. She lives on the dog side of the moon. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. Yo, that happened in real life. What? This happened like 15 days ago? What day is today? The 26th. This happened like 16 days ago, bro. That's crazy. This actually, was somebody here? I think I see Remix peeking over the fence in the background. That's actually crazy. On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea, the incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. Oh, look at that crab. That's adorable. I didn't even see the crab at first. He's under the beach. New suit for your day at court. Yeah, dude, I gotta, if I'm gonna represent my client, can't be no casual Friday. You gotta go all in. I don't care if a dog is crazy. I will spoil every dog I meet. That's fair. Honestly, relatable. I feel the same way. I love dogs. I don't really have a preference between dogs and cats. I just like animals in general. There she is. She's dead. Okay, so let's try to get as much information as we can. Aha! Interesting.
So there's the stab wound in the back. She's holding a pen. There's feathers. Oh, right, because she has a swan for a hat. I forgot. I forgot she has a fucking swan for a hat. That is, an interesting fashion accessory, I will say. So, let's immediately use our big brains and put them to work. She was murdered at 2 p.m. and extreme meiosis. Not just a little meiosis, but extreme pupil constriction in the eyes. Now, I'm no scientomologist or science expert. However, if you were in a dark-ass changing room like this, why would her pupils be constricted to an extreme degree? Especially if she was just, like, stabbed in the back and instantly killed. It's not like there was some big struggle, right? Where she could have been, you know, dragged away during the struggle. That means her body was definitely moved, I believe. I think that implies that her body was definitely moved. Because your eyes constrict in the light and expand in the darkness, in the cloying darkness. Or she could have just been on some sort of horrible drugs, I don't know. She also has a hat. Look at that. No, look at the hat, too. It's actually covering her eyes. Interesting. So yeah, the constricted eyes might even be the result of some sort of, droog or something. The pen is also weird. I don't trust the whole pen situation, but we'll see, I guess. And then nothing else looks out of the ordinary to me. I don't know if anybody else sees anything, but to me this all looks normal. Except for the swan hat. Swan hat is weird. Yeah, the swan on her hat is definitely weird. But that was always there. That was just a thing that she had in the first game, too. I don't know why, but... I am allergic to cats. Oh no! I would hate being allergic to cats. Cats are just so adorable. An injury which proved fatal. Luckily, it's definitely the less bad of the two allergies to have between cat and dog allergies. Because cats in general are a lot less, like, physically affectionate, you know? Dogs always like to jump up on people and stuff, but cats can take it or leave it for the most part. An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, hot, and the accused, Ray Bembami. Wait, in her bathing attire? She swims wearing a fucking swan hat? It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Look at this. Oh, I can't even show the picture no more. Never mind. I was wrong. The accused, Ray Bembami, was there too. Oh yeah, feel free. Yeah, anybody can join the Discord. It's open for anybody who watches the stream. It's a fun time. We insult each other. We watch movies together sometimes. It's a fun place. Accordingly, there will be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider that she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, hell. Oh, I thought I was going to a flashback. I was wrong. I was completely wrong. I'm a fool. Dun, 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 dun. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. It was actually completely filled with words. She's spitting facts right now, I'm not lying. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... Oh, what did he say? Oh, I'm already gonna fail. I'm already not paying attention. I'm so bad at Ace Attorney when I first come back. Listen, I promise, I'm really good at Ace Attorney. I'm so good at mystery games usually. But for some reason, whenever I come back, I'm so dumb. Oh god. I think the motive is what they want here. Because that's the one thing he didn't expand on at all. He talked about everything else in excruciating detail except for the motive. Let's ask about that. We should probably also save in case I fail horribly. Yeah, fuck it, let it rock. Ouchie, Mr. Krabs. Okay, I'll go back to Mr. Krabs for ouchie. That's worth it. A powerful motive. Can Nelatar invite me? I can't click the link. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, that's weird. I wonder why the link isn't working. My beat. But yeah, feel free. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, 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 tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a researcher. Oh, I forgot. I'm Mr. Krabs now. I lied. Pretend he was Mr. Krabs this whole time. Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Honestly, the hardest part about Ace Attorney is two things that happen in conjunction. Like, how you say... I don't know, they interlink with each other. It's trying to remember the stuff that happens in the story that might be pertinent information, plus trying to remember the fucking character voices I have to do. Because I try to keep them consistent between sessions. So, like, there's so many fucking characters in Ace Attorney. There are just constantly characters coming in and out. It's so hard to do that. I don't know why. My brain just can't handle doing multiple character voices.
The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh no. It's Wilson. It's Wilson, isn't it? Nelatar can't link either. Weird. Maybe my link is just broken. I'll tell you what I'll do real fast. I will try just creating a new link. Yeah, I'll try just creating a new link real fast and we'll see if that works, because it takes 2 seconds. Here, I'll post this one for now. And if that still doesn't work, I truly have no idea what the issue is, but hopefully this will work. We'll see. Sorry about that. Inconvenient. Well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Yep, that makes sense. So he has a good motive.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago.
It's playing the cool song.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh my god. Ray, you are just incriminating yourself right now, bro. Don't do that. You gotta at least, downplay it a little bit. You gotta ease the messaging a little bit, That's a big part of communication, is just massaging the facts. Yeah, let's go, Ace Attorney. 107 is so on board to become an attorney. 107 is pulling up as Better Call Saul. Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying. I honestly think, in my heart of hearts, that if they did an Ace Attorney crossover with, oh, there's my old saves. Look, 12/04/2021, that's awesome. That's so funny. And there's 11/20, 11, whatever. Yeah, so that's when the last playthrough ended, was at Christmas time. That's cool. Alright, we're saving. Too much crime and attorney shit. I love it. I can't help it. I just love mystery stuff. I always have. When I was a kid, I had the Ace Attorney. I was about to say the Ace Attorney Chronicles. I had the Sherlock Holmes Chronicles, like the big book with all the Sherlock Holmes stories. And I would just read that during school because I was bored as hell. And I just love it. I love Monk. Monk is like my show, man. When I was a kid, I used to watch Monk all the time when that still aired. I wonder if they have that like on a streaming service anywhere these days. I should definitely see if I can rewatch that at some point. Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. That fight was so dog shit. The Mexican fighter was 2-6 all time. He was dog shit. Oh no, he lost? Damn it. Damn you, KSI. I wanted the nobody to win. I wanted the newcomer to win. That would have been awesome. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple. Mr. Krabs' voice. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. I'm trying to remember. But I'm also trying to pay attention to the story. It's so hard. Did it. Oh, okay, good. The invite link worked now? Awesome. I'm glad. Sorry about that. I really don't know why it was so, difficult to get it working. That's very strange. I should definitely update that, because if my Discord link is broken, that's not good. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that.
I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense.
I started watching a new crime show recently that was my mom liked. My mom really liked this show, and so she was showing it to me. And it was called all the murders in the building or something. All murders are in the building. It was fun. It wasn't like crazy mystery heavy, but it was amateur detectives who wanted to do like a crime podcast, and somebody gets murdered in their building, so they're like, oh shit, we'll just solve this and make it a podcast. And they're all kind of like scumbags in their own way. It was fun. I watched a couple episodes of that, but I didn't end up finishing it. My mom is like really bad about spoilers by accident, but I don't want to call her out on it, but she like completely spoiled the show for me. I was talking to her about it, and we were on like episode 3 or 4, and I was just like spitballing, right? There's a character who's like, I won't spoil how I figured it out, but I was like guessing. I'm like, oh, is this person the killer because blank? And she's like, well, they don't say it yet, but yeah, on episode 12, they revealed that, and I'm like, God damn it. God damn it, now I don't really want to watch the rest of it.
I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... Oh, I can do all of it? Oh, okay, I can ask about more stuff too. We'll ask about the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? SpongeBob, me boy!
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's...
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? Is it true that the sea is good for your skin? I thought that was the opposite of true. Is that real? Can we get a confirmation on whether that's real or not? Excellent for the skin? It burns the shit out of your skin because the sun just blares down on you. And B, it gets all salty. You get salt all over your skin. That seems like not great. Weird, I never knew that. See, Ace Attorney is teaching me 1800 science facts.
Because of the body's yellow bile, it is very powerful.
Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast.
Ah.
And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
Okay, so she's not dead. I'm gonna go ahead and make a Hail Mary here. Hail Mary guess, she's not dead. All of this together is so suspicious. It's her last day before she departs to Shanghai to go on trial for murder. Her final wish is to, it just so happens to be, to enjoy a day at the beach on the coast. And not only that, but there's the oddity with the pupils, right? She was murdered very quickly in a dark room, and yet her pupils are extremely constricted. Extreme meiosis in both the victim's eyes. That leads me to believe that she is faking death somehow, like she's just drugged herself to appear dead for a little while, and then kind of faked the medical report so she could get away scot-free. I don't know, it just feels like a lot. It just feels like a lot of odd things together like that. Like your last wish for your last day as a free woman is to visit Japan's beach for old time's sake? I don't know what that even would mean. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on what they said about being alone together. Yeah, that's pretty important too.
Membami-san? Yes, what is it, Suzato? I mean, Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish I'd made my alias Ryutaro Suzato! That doesn't make any sense. This game makes no sense. I don't understand. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. Did they give a reason for why they think Ray did it? Yes, they say that because she was the student of Dr. Wilson, the guy who was murdered by Giselle Brett in the first game, she would want revenge, and that she was also at the beach that day. So they think it's her because of the fact that A, she was present, and B, she had strong motive. They don't really have any proof whatsoever, it seems like, but they just, you know, it's a convenient, a very convenient person to take the fall. A detective was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion. Okay, why? This is so suspicious. They clearly set her up. This is so suspicious. Why would the person who murdered her mentor ask her to go to the beach on a fun vacation?
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim, in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Oh my god. It's really ramping up now. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai, you can hardly blame Ray for having feelings of anger and resentment.
So true, King. Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Oh, hell yes. This is what I live for, baby. Show me that evidence. Okay, already there's wine. There's another dress right behind there. Oh, that's her dress. She took it off. I see. There's her suitcase with all her masks. The feathers from the swan hat. It's literally, she has the swan taped to the top of her hat. Oh my god. Are you wearing a suit for Ace Attorney? It's actually a coincidence. I was on a Zoom call earlier. A Zoom meeting, so I needed the suit on anyway. But it did work out, because now it's like a real-life episode of Better Call Saul. This is like if Better Call Saul blew Skadooed into the world of anime. Better Call Jawl, as it's known. A tragic image. This image is actually so tragic, though, you have to admit. Let's see. Okay, so first thing we notice, let's point out all the oddities. First, oddity number 1 is she has the wine bottle on the floor and the wine glass on the floor. That's very suspicious, right? That's very interesting. Also, the pen in her hand is very weird. I don't know what it means, but it's strange. The suitcase being open and filled with random shit is odd. I can't really tell what's in there based on the drawing, but there's something in there. And then there's her dress in the back, her bag in the back. That all seems normal, right? Like, it's a changing room. She went to go switch into her swimsuit. That does add up. And I think that's about it, as far as I could tell. It's hard to see in this image, but there's also a bunch of footprints. There's also, like, tons and tons and tons of what I think are footprints, but I can't really tell. But that is probably from the police, I would assume. Going in and out all the time. Cool.
A tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
Well, is there really nowhere else in the hut that someone else could have hidden? That seems like a big reach.
The stab wound is clearly visible. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone at the time. Let's check it out again.
Okay, so the claim is that there's nowhere somebody could have hidden, right? I guess that's true. I was gonna say inside the dress, but you can actually see the floor. Like, between the end of the dress and the floor, there is space where you would see their funny feet sticking out, so it couldn't have been a tiny woman hiding inside the dress, for sure. I guess that's pretty true. You true. You true, ouchie. Tablecloth as well, you couldn't hide under that. Yeah, they right.
This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective.
Oh my god, that's not good.
I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Ugh.
Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
No, I, Takasuchi Auchi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Oh, poor guy. It's flashing back to that first case.
Arrgh! Ryunosuke Naruhodo, my boy!
Yes?
This insult to the Auchi family name will never be forgotten.
Oh, I forgot about this guy. Oh, I don't remember what his voice was. Shit. Yeah, this guy also got murdered. He got murdered at the very beginning of the second case. He was like the actual attorney. It was this dude's dream to be an attorney. The main character was just kind of a nobody, and this dude was like a hotshot attorney, but then he got murdered on a boat. I remember his voice. You have become conceited with age, counsel, but the old have to stand aside for the new. I love his stupid headband flowing in the wind. It makes no sense. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. He's so stupid. Why would you cut his hair off? I don't understand. This was his Joker moment. That's what changed the trajectory of this man's life.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls.
What does that mean? Ouchie, what are you talking about? Ouchie is going on a fucking rant at this point, and I have no goddamn clue what he means. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. What does that possibly mean?
Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there have been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchie growth. You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown?
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? That's so mean.
I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life.
I don't know, that's actually kind of true. His seed of hope must— oh my god, what the fuck is this? It's that guy! I remember him. I remember both these guys. They were from the first game. Remember the weird dude on the right was like an author. He was like a Japanese author who was living in Great Britain, and he was accused of murder. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosanaga. Why does he have a turtle taped to his head? Why does he have a turtle taped to his head? This is so confusing. What is fucking happening in this game, dude? I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Wait, wasn't that— I can't remember. I can't remember any of the voices. But yeah, this guy was in the first game. He was a detective. I remember that. And this dude was the author. This guy was a famous Japanese author living in Britain, and then he had to leave because people kept accusing him of murder.
And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am Cat, a sensational success, by Soseki Natsumi.
Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't?
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this'll be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san wouldn't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so it's been since I last saw him. Last time we saw him, he had an adorable cat. I remember that. He had this really adorable cat who was his friend. But I think he left it in England. That's right, he did leave it in England. You know this game was completely insane because in the last game, one of the biggest fucking plot twists of the whole game revolved around someone building a cat door for this guy's cat. That was like the linchpin to the final murder of the entire game, was the existence of a secret cat door that someone had installed because of this cat. That is the level that last game was on. Those mysteries were next level. They were going crazy. Yeah, his voice definitely changed. That's what changed since she last saw him. She can't quite put her finger on it, but it's that his voice is completely goddamn different. And as for Inspector Hosanaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. He's got a turtle taped to his head, bro. What is with these characters and having live animals strapped to their heads? Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Bro, the turtle was right there. The turtle was right there and you went for his glasses? Come on, Ryutaro, your fucking put-down game is so weak. Her clapback game is non-existent. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. A professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikitoba?
Yes, that's right. I was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd study in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here.
Oh, hell yeah, more evidence!
Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student. I have plenty of copy.
Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited.
Cool. Anyway, following my interview with the professor...
Hang on, hold that thought. Hold that thought, bro. I want to see more evidence. Oh, he did bring the cat back. Look, there's his little cat. Oh, look how cute it is. Aw. That's a plot hole, bro. He actually did not bring his cat back, is the thing. We know that for a fact, that he did not actually bring that cat back. That is, what's known as fake news. They photoshopped that in after the fact. Okay, so another thing to note is that the picture is clearly weird. There's some weird visual oddity with the paper at the top right. Huh. Interesting. I wonder what the fuck that implies. But it might just be bad printing in the newspaper? I don't know. I don't know what they're doing there. He took the cat's kitten. Oh, okay, so this is the kitten of the cat from the first game. I get you. That makes sense. Cats are an invasive species, bro. I don't know where the fuck cats come from, but the cats go crazy in real life. Whenever you take a cat to a new part of the world, I mean, you can't anymore because there has been total global cat saturation. But those things are just murder machines. They just decimate the local populations. If you have a cat, you should try to make it an indoor cat as much as possible, because those things go crazy, man. Cats go nuts. They just love murder. Oh yeah, the magnifying glass. Hell yeah. I forgot about this feature. I still can't tell what is going on with this picture. Like at all. I have no clue what this means. What's back here? Nothing? Okay, cool. So it doesn't seem like super useful, this picture. I don't know. The debate became quite spirited. Is that really all? Huh. I truly don't know what I'm supposed to glean from this. I have no clue what I'm supposed to get from this picture, because I'm getting no information from this whatsoever. Okay, fair enough. You win this round.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go along as a detective accompanies her.
That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to— yeah, you look great, dude. You look like you have got no problems going on whatsoever. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. Turtle towel, too. Man, I like turtles, too. Turtles rad. Turtles rule. All they like to do is, like, swim around all day and stand still. That's a godlike existence for them.
How unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? Did you know the oldest living animal that I know about, I think that exists, is a turtle? There's a motherfucking tortoise named Jonathan, just like me. Well, I'm actually just named John. My full name is not Jonathan, it's just John. But he's named similarly to me. And that hoe is like 8 million years old. That tortoise is so fucking old. He's been alive since the 1800s, I think. Now, that's old. That's an extremely old turtle. I don't know. There's probably actually some sharks live a long time. Let's say land-based animals. I think Jonathan takes the cake. I think Jonathan is the oldest land-based animal that exists right now. That fucking big-ass tortoise. You can find pictures of him online. I posted turtle pictures. See, maybe even B-Machine posted one. You don't know. B-Machine could have posted a picture of Jonathan at the turtle reptile world. He's king of Reptiletopia. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Of course, I don't remember this guy's voice already.
Being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if I only had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am.
Okay, let's do this. So this is the other big gameplay mechanic in Ace Attorney, is like cross-examining witnesses. We get a chance now to go through all of their testimony and kind of poke holes in it. We can like question them on stuff that doesn't make sense, and on stuff that's a blatant contradiction, we can actually present evidence against their statement to prove that they're wrong. That's like the main way you progress through the cases, is by kind of proving that some of the witnesses are full of shit or wrong about what they remember. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes. That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Aha, there's instant contradiction. Remember? We're gonna have to go back to the court record, but according to the evidence, she was stabbed one time, remember? Time of death was after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the knife.
from the knife to the knife, only a single knife was knifed. Yeah, only a single wound was identified. Okay, so that's our contradiction immediately. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung, resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Okay, so yeah, that's the contradiction. Good. That was an easy one.
Indeed, it does appear that this testimony is that both witnesses saw it, the very moment of this heinous crime.
What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Oh, goodness me! There it is, it's the damning pen.
Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel.
R.M. Ray Mambami. I can't believe this. How could they do such a thing?
The initials of the defendant.
Wait, let's check something else too. Ah, no! This dude needs to put on a fucking shirt, bro. He's wearing a fucking swim trunks. He's got the big Flanders ass hanging out the back. That's not cool. The fountain pen will be admitted as evidence. Okay, it carries the initials RM. I want to check something. What was the father's name? His name is Mikatoba, so that's M. Is his first name R something? Rongulus? No, it's Eugen. Okay, I was completely wrong. Eugen Mikatoba. Okay, so it's not his pen. Natsume. It's not him. No, okay. Nobody else's initials match. Except for Ray Membami.
Have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
Dang, this dude's so badass, man. He's just ripping through us. I can't even examine this thing further either, so that sucks. That's just like, not great. No good way to spin that. I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me.
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
All right, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Okay, so this first one should be pretty easy, but the pen thing is going to be a problem, huh? The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment. Just managed to catch that crab when I heard a caterwaul from behind me. Oh, the crab! We saw the crab! Remember when it showed the beach? I like that crab. That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Okay, so we should present this. No, not this shit. Present. I don't remember how to present it. Wasn't there a distinct button I needed to press to, like, present the evidence? Maybe I should just press first. When you press, you, like, get them to expand. Oh, here we go. I figured it out. It was X.
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand.
Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who, what, where, when, how?
Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, counsel.
Look at that stupid-ass tiny book, bro. That book is 1 inch big. Alternatively, it could be that Susato-san is secretly 800 feet tall. That's also possible. She could be like a 12-foot tall queen. I guess it could happen. Generally, Japanese women are really fucking short, but maybe she's the exception. She could be the Kobe Bryant of the Japanese world. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed 1 time only.
Ah.
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san,
Me?
you claim to have seen Menbami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yeah.
Yes, and because it was only 1 stab, stupid. It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
True.
You true.
And what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be.
That's still pretty damning. I mean, this doesn't really change things very much at all. Because if she stabbed them once and then removed the knife, you could still say the exact same thing happened. I guess it just proves that they didn't see what they said they saw, which is important. They weren't sure about it. John, you blood is in your hands. Oh shit, dude. Jimmy, you're such a prankster, dude. Chimichanga always sneaks under my desk when I'm streaming and fucking slits my wrists. That's so dang annoying. I was wondering why my controller felt all fucking slippery all of a sudden. It's because all my fucking lifeblood is running out over my hands. You rat, you little demon, Jimmy. You little rascal. You knocked that off, knucklehead.
Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically, just like Chimichanga does to his victim.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Ooh, got his ass.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed.
This is the part where Mrs. Puff, otherwise known as Mr. Krabs' wife, walks up on stage and slaps the absolute shit out of Professor Mekatoba. Keep my goddamn crab out your goddamn mouth. See, that's what's known as a Will Smith reference. Timely. If we pretended like this playthrough immediately followed that playthrough 9 months ago, that would be a timely reference. That would be an amazingly on-the-point reference, you know? For something that just pretend that this happened 9 months ago.
In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Oh. Yeah. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
That's still decently important to establish. Look at his fucking pose, bro. Why did they have to animate it like that? Like, that is exclusively I'm scared, but I'm also jacking off a dick animation. There's no other possible thing that is. Why is he doing that? It's so weird. It's the same exact animation from the first game, and they never changed it. 2 Point Hospital, Swinging Balls Bundle. Oh, they finally released that on the Humble Bundle? Hell yeah. That's a Humble Bundle that you can pay $100 to get that one animation. Look at him! Just look at him! Come on, man.
I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade,
Then we are back where we started.
sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes, going for the jugular.
What does father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could... Well, two of these options are really bad. Two of these options are really bad. Only one of them is a good answer at all. I'll say save her life. Oops. We'll rock with it. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
But the point is, being a medical research assistant, Mbami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Ring. So true, Queen. So true. Listen, I know that nowadays, you're supposed to not take out an object that's pierced into somebody until they're at the hospital. But they didn't know that back then. This was the 1800s, man. To save her life, they probably tried to put fucking leeches in there and cover it up with dirt. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Ah, is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may...
Speak, boy in striped pajamas.
I would like another opportunity to testify, in respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Council defense.
Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But, in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
It doesn't, I thought she was also a medical researcher. No, she's a legal assistant, duh. She didn't do shit of she's just at the same university. This guy has giant exploding golden nipples, by the way. I like my nipples giant, golden, and exploding, so he's alright in my book. He's not half bad at all. I'm absolutely positive that I pointed that out in the original playthrough as well, because my god, that's all you can notice when you look at this character. He has no other distinguishing features, except for giant nipples.
You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. I heard the dinging. Ding. That's John'd up, John. I'm sorry, Chimichanga, but he does look like the boy in the striped pajamas, you have to admit. He's the man in the striped pajamas. Forensic man. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy... Oh shit, they did know this back then. Damn it! I thought they didn't know it back then. Rats! Too many channel points. Yeah, it's a real problem. Most people blow all their channel points in 2 seconds on the sound effects, but if you don't, the channel points rack up fast. That's basic knowledge any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man was murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, and he was the defendant's highly respected mentor. That is true, that is a good motive. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yeah, it can. Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. I feel like everybody knows that. Mikotoba has no excuse. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. B Machine has so much channel points. Listen, once John Coin goes to the moon, you're gonna be completely rich. Right now, it's not worth anything, but pretty soon, it's gonna be worth so much money. As soon as I get Elon Musk to tweet about it. 107's all the way down to 8K. Yeah, it's hard to resist sometimes, the call of the sound effects. I see.
This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal?
I don't know.
I don't fucking know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have...
Susato!
Yes?
Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issues, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately. No! That's so unfair. That's so unfair. I understand. Why does he look like a bleep general that you can't say on Twitch? I don't know, bro. That's just how they do it in Japan. Japan has a weird fascination with, you know, let's call it goofy German stuff. They love how it looks. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Dun, 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 dun. This is really confusing. I don't understand why she did that. I would assume that the knife was never plunged into Miss Brett. If I had to make a guess here, I would assume that the knife was covered in the wine, right? Like the knife was covered in the wine that spilled on the floor conspicuously, which made it look bloody, and then she was pulling it up, I guess? It doesn't make any sense, though, because why would it be above her, then? Why would she be standing, like, above the corpse? It's not in the same spot. I don't know, man. It's looking like my client is a dang old murderer at this point. Pick a story, boys. Ben Shapiro. Okay, fine. I'll do that for Professor Mikatoba. I'll do it for this guy. He kind of looks like Ben Shapiro a little bit. He's like Chad Shapiro. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking causes heavy bleeding, right? That's basic knowledge that any medical research student with an ounce of sense ought to know. It's true. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull out the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim, okay? The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. That's his laugh. That's Ben's laugh. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's at times like these, it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course. Driving through the court record dozens of times.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You didn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail.
Oh, cool. Okay, so now we can examine the evidence further. Cool.
I realize this is your first time playing the role of the lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know it. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A. Okay, we're gonna examine it further. We take off the pen's lid. There it is! It's a pen! This did not help at all. This literally didn't help even slightly. Aha! But there's a thing on the back. What does this symbol do? It's 3 balls. The 3-ball army. This is a random story that's only tangentially related to what's appearing on the screen. But I used to know a kid in elementary school who claimed that his brother had 3 testicles. That's a little known fact. And I was like, I know I'm something of a contrarian now, but when I was in elementary school, I was literally just Ben Shapiro. Like, for a long time, I had to work on not just constantly being a contrarian and arguing with people. So I tried to convince him that having 3 testicles is actually normal. I literally tried to gaslight this poor kid into thinking that everybody has 3 testicles except for him. I don't know why. I don't know what possessed me as a child to be such a fucking asshole, but I was. I was such a little shit as a kid. I would constantly just try to gaslight people. And I was really good at it too, but not that time. He didn't fall for that one, believe it or not, but I don't know what possessed me to do this as a kid, but I would just constantly do that shit to people. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. Yeah, it's the 3 Testicle organization. 3testicles.com. If you really, like, look at this with a very abstract view, you could see it as a woman's head, 2 giant bazongas, and then kind of like spread legs coming up the sides. You know when people try to say the Starbucks logo is a satanic mermaid? It kind of looks like the Starbucks logo a little bit, but for the other generation. If you could believe that. Honestly, this might be, I should blur this. This might be TOS on stream. It's too graphic. This is far too fucking graphic to show.
Well, that would seem to imply the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
A fountain pen. It has an emberlum. Okay, cool. Good to know. It was the ultimate gaslight. It made no sense. There was no way that anybody would possibly believe it. It is so easily debunked, but I still tried to make it work. I have no clue why. I was just definitely that kid in elementary school. I was 100% that kid. Especially when it comes to like video games and stuff, I would constantly just make up shit. Like, you know, the kid who would be like, you can unlock Super Sonic by beating Super Smash Brothers in 3 seconds. I was absolutely that kid, like the Mew is under the truck type kid. Not that specifically, but just in general, I would just make shit up. I was just a complete bullshitter.
Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
Oh, hell yeah, dude, it's coming out. Ew. Aha. Aha. Yeah. Okay, I see what happened now for sure. She drugged herself. She 100% injected herself with the coronavirus. This is what happened for sure. She's Dr. Fauci. RM stands for Dr. Fauci, if I do believe so. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
But why would it be empty, though? Is something wrong, Father?
It's just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. The details of the fountain pen. A fountain pen bearing the initials RM and an emblem of some description. There is a very small amount of ink. Oh, okay. There's a liquid still inside the ink reservoir. Aha. Okay, so let's talk about this liquid. How do we talk about what the liquid is? That seems very important. Also, there's no liquid in there, clearly. His name is Dr. Flossie. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Dr. Fauci started his gaming channel, Dr. Flossie, where he nays on noobs. I remember that now. I totally remember that now. I'm sorry, Dr. Flossie. I didn't mean to disrespect you. It doesn't say RM at all. It says WY. Walk up ye, if you could believe that. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, that says WY. For sure. That makes no sense. That's the dumbest thing I've ever said in my life. Why would the dots be up here and on the left? Why would the dots be up here and on the left if that was the case? That makes 0 sense. It does kind of look like WY though, you got to admit. Yeah, the RM is still really bad. I hope she just stole the pen. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence.
Liquid! I love filling things with liquid, especially ink reservoirs. However, in this case, I think it might pertain to a murders. I think a murder used this liquid to escape justice. I need to examine things in greater detail with ... Wow, very helpful, thank you. Maybe I can do the newspaper now too, that'd be helpful. Probably not, but... Aha, I can! Raucous England returns to the tell all. That is the interview you had with Sozeki-san.
It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little overanimated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt. That's messed up. Why would you karate chop his fucking throat like that? Interesting. Okay, let's check out the back of the newspaper too. That might be important. Last time in the last game, there was a case where the backside of a newspaper was very important. Backsides in general are very important, but when it comes to newspapers, they're generally safely ignored. That's just where they hide like Garfield comics and Dilbert and shit. Nobody gives a fuck about Dilbert.
Dr. Flosnik!
He says Yosh while he flosses too, that's the worst part.
This is the newspaper from Sozeki-san.
There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison. Okay, deadly poison, interesting. I was completely wrong. I see. Stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Okay, so it was a poison. I thought it was some sort of drug to make her appear like she was dead so she could escape. But it seems like she's super dead. But she was deadly poisoned instead. Interesting. Isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen?
It's this morning's paper that Sozeki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project.
Uh-oh.
She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
Uh-oh. That's not good at all. I found the opposite of exonerating evidence back here. I found evidence that makes my client look even more guiltier. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science lab was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. The current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Okay, so we need to find out if this would cause the pupils to constrict, right? That was one of the most weird parts about her situation, was that she had very constricted pupils. That would be important to see. Yeah. Oh, 1 out of 3. There's still another page. My bad. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with the acute contraction of pupils. Aha! Yeah, interesting. It is a toxin. It is apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Okay, so yeah, she was poisoned. Gotcha. A deadly laboratory that can either be entered via the mouth or via a wound from a poisoned blade. So, probably the wine. Yeah, they go out of their way to mention it can enter via the mouth, and she has a wine glass right next to her. So, the way I sees it is, this thing was used to dump the neurotoxin into the wine glass, and then she took a sippy. With her free hand, she took a sip of the wine. But what's weird is that it's in the same hand, seemingly, right? That's also strange, but maybe something for a little later to think about. But think about this, right? Like, if she had drank the poisoned wine bottle of her own volition and poisoned herself, like it seems, then why would this be in the same hand? Like, wouldn't the wine glass be over here? Or wouldn't the pen be over here? It almost seems like someone poisoned her and then put the thing in her hand to make it seem like she poisoned herself. Huh. And there's no other glass, so it doesn't seem like there was another person in the room. Weird. That was my other thought, is maybe there was a second glass I'd overlooked, but I don't think so. It looks like just one glass. And then the bottle. Ah, very weird. That's mystery deepens yet again.
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away. I already did it straight away. It could cause heavy bleeding. There's no good reason to pull the victim's knife out. Girl. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause... Let's just press for now. Let's press these statements. I don't think any of these statements are ready to be, like, picked apart with evidence just yet. We gotta press them first. Find some more holes in this. I think we should press... There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's press that, because maybe we can do the poison angle with this. If the knife is poisoned, then there is a good reason. But why would she know it's poisoned, right? So I guess that doesn't work. But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative. So true. Susato is being sexist to her own self right now. That is so funny. What a dick move. That's just pure pick-me energy right there. Irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative. See, I can see that because I'm reading the words that a female character is saying. Just don't take it out of context or else Twitch will ban me. Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. That's hilarious. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget the young student did have a motive. Press! Whatever the motive, it isn't just in Membani-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant. Attention! And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law! Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. But, oh, damn it! That was the perfect line for the Ben Shapiro voice. He literally said facts don't care about your feelings. I missed it. Rats. That was the line right there. Ouchie says, or Hosonaga says, evidence is the only way, not feelings. That's amazing. He literally was Ben Shapiro's ancestor all the way back in feudal Japan. I can't believe it. Chimichanga was a fucking savant. He was prescient. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. The victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson. Let's press that, too. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant, despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. I like how they're acting like they're fucking, like, established university researchers. This character is like 16 years old. She's like, how the fuck is she this established in the medical field? She's 16 years old. That is hilarious. But then again, this is way back in the day, right? Back in the day, people used to run through life like a fucking speedrun. It's crazy. If you look up the biographies of even like fairly recent figures, like American founding fathers, it'll be like, okay, so they went to college at the age of 13 and graduated with honors, and then became a general in the Union Army at the age of 16. Like, it's pretty ridiculous. Hamilton, for example, had a life like that, where he just kind of had a really, really fast speedrun style life. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've already been through the court record dozens of times. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. I already did examine it, Mikatoba. You stupid. I know what to do. Yeah, it's just looping back around because I moved through all the dialogue. Did I already press all the statements? Weren't there 5 statements? Motive, and then... Oh, yeah, I did press all the statements. Good. So we can't examine this further. We can't examine this one further either. Ah, there was a thing I could click here, wasn't there? It showed it for like a split second. No, I think not. The poison was stolen. And we already examined the pen thoroughly, too. We found some oddities with the pen, for sure. We found the ink reservoir being empty. We found the little, this guy, the little triple balls image. So, maybe there's something else I'm missing, though, in terms of the evidence. Oh, I skipped... Oh, that's what happened. I skipped the first statements. I see. My bad. Let's go back and press them. Pulling a blade from a wound would cause heavy bleeding. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Oh. Back to the witness testimony, please. I see, so it's gotta be this next statement, then. That's basic knowledge. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Clearly, the defendant, Ray Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. That's awesome. What do you think about that, Professor Mikitoba? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. I will hit you with my giant hammer. Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic common knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. There's no good reason why she would have pulled the knife. Oh, okay, so I already did press this one. I wonder what I'm missing here. I'm already stumped so soon in. She definitely did. That is funny. Suzato used to be the smart one of the group, but now that she's the protagonist, she has to be dumb. That's the curse of Ace Attorney. As soon as you become the protagonist, you become very stupid. The man was murdered 9 months ago. Did have a motive. I'm just making sure I pressed all the statements. Yeah, I pressed all of them. Good. Objection! Objection! We do have a lot of good evidence right now to use. I just don't know where to use it, you know what I mean? Like the pen secretly being out of ink and the poison being stolen. That's all really important stuff, but there's nowhere to use it just yet. Okay, so we did press all of this. Good. Maybe I will ask this stupid professor to teach me a little bit. Maybe there's something I forgot how to do. You must examine it in greater detail. I can't do that to the profiles, can I? No, I definitely can't. Ask for a refresher. Yes, Father. Spartan guidance is what I need. I think that might be overdoing it slightly, but... Very well. So, open the court record first of all with R. Now, let's take a look at the fountain pen, which was submitted as evidence. I already looked at that, stupid. Proceed to examine it further. That's all there is to it. Okay, so yeah, I'm just dumb. Yes, the initials RM. There they are, clearly engraved on the barrel. You can rotate the evidence from all angles. You should have a good look at everything. And make sure you haven't missed any clues. I'm certain I didn't miss any clues, but I'll look again just in case. We saw this. We saw RM. Can I not pop the cap no more? Oh, it just wants me to look at this. Okay, sure, why not? The tutorial thing won't let me do anything else. There's some sort of emblem here, but it isn't a Yuma University one. It must belong to some other organization. Yeah, you already said that. Good. So the pen doesn't belong to her. That's good. But that has nothing to do with what we're seeing on the screen right now is the issue. Single stab wound in the back is clearly visible. Pen in hand. Good. So Seki's article, karate chopping his fucking throat open. I truly don't know what it wants from me. Let's examine this one more time, this fountain pen. Oops. If we take off the pen's lid. Yes, so that's all normal. All been examined already. Weird. I truly have no clue what I'm missing right now. I have no idea. It feels like the kind of thing where I need to press again? I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try pressing some of the later statements again. Because I remember in this game, sometimes they would do this really annoying thing where you had to press statements in the right order. For example, if you pressed like statement 4, but you hadn't pressed statement 2 yet, you wouldn't have the necessary information to properly press statement 4. It was very annoying. But I don't think that's the case here, because I did try them again as well. Yeah, okay. That's not what it wants from me right now. Okay, let's think about this in a more macro scale then. Had a motive to kill the victim. The victim murdered 9 months ago is the defendant's highly respected mentor. That is true. It's all true. There's no good reason. I think it's this. I honestly think it's just this. As crazy of a stretch as this seems just based on this statement, I think what it wants me to do is bring up the poison thing in regards to this statement. There's no good reason why the defendant wouldn't have tried to pull the knife. Because there is technically a good reason, which is that the knife could have been covered in poison. But that's not good for us, because that brings up a whole bag of worms. Of why did she know about the poison? And why did she know the knife was poisoned? Poison article!
Objection!
Let's hope, was that right? Yeah! There is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the wound. What? The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance. But, Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article? The court cannot rely on this kind of hearsay that those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article affirms your assertion. Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Mithbrat's life. The reason is explained in the article where it says... What? I think deadly in tiny quantities, yeah. Because it'll say, in the yeah, this part, deadly in tiny quantities. Even the smallest amount of body entering poison via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade. That's the one. Okay, yeah, let's do this. I'm surprised it's actually, this is the correct evidence, but I'm glad we got through that part. Deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife was used to attack Miss Brett and was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body, not to celebrate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Aha, but it said that they don't know how to detect it yet. They actually did mention that. The forensic evidence does not show the poison yet. That's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade? She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. Coffee grounds. Yo, what's up, Brockwar? Coffee. That's Homer Simpson when he drinks coffee, if you could believe that. I'm drinking coffee too. I got mine right here, a big mug. I don't have much of it left, but I have a little bit left.
You can't possibly.
From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. The Old Bailey was the British courthouse, if you can believe that. In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison? This. You know what I'm saying? Did you guys hear a dog or something just then? That was weird. John Mer Simpson. Hell yeah, dude. I'll cosplay as Homer next stream. I just made a cool whippersnapper new batch. I should get more coffee too. I should go get coffee soon. Just a little bit, just a touch, just a hint. I always make a little bit extra and just leave it in the little French press in case I need more later on. Judge Ganishka. He does have exploding golden Ganishka nipples. He's definitely about to fight Gorithith. He's gonna fly in through the window. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction. Yeah, I knew that would be important. Aren't you glad I remembered the pupil constriction from the very beginning? Was observed in the victim. Ah, clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea. So please, do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well,
under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Urgh.
Professor Ganuchki, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence.
You barnacle head!
That guy is still wearing his fucking bathers, bro. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No!
Eugen Mikitoba.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. Was Ganishka the guy who turned into the giant monster and started stepping on people? Was he the one who, like, stepped on them and then said how good it feels when they squish between his toes? Because I fucking loved that guy. He was hilarious. He loved being evil so much. There is. I loved the, I'm glad they kept this. This one they designed for Switch. It's one of the newer ones. Or at least ported it to Switch. And they still kept like that old DS style, which is awesome. Yeah, the original Ace Attorney games especially. The style is just so great. I fucking love it. Like the music and the presentation and everything. It's so awesome. I can't wait to play more of the, like, future timeline Ace Attorney games. The original ones. Like the non-flashback to the past ones like this. Because there are more. They just haven't, like, done English ports of them yet, apparently. You will tell the court the truth about the details in this newspaper, please.
It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know.
Mikotoba doesn't know nothing. Yeah, Ganishka's the Stomper. I love that guy. He rocked. He was awesome. And Griffith, my boy, the hero, the true hero of Berserk, said, no, I'm not gonna let this happen. I'm not just gonna sit back and let this all go down. I wonder if Ganishka actually existed, like, before all the world change happened because of the God Hand, you know what I mean? Nobody who has read Berserk has any idea what we're talking about. Because if you think about it, if he did still exist and had all those powers, then if Griffith had never done what he did, everybody would have died. Everybody just would have got killed by Ganishka. Like, there's no chance the regular, unpowered up Band of the Hawk could have taken him on. No chance. Oh, I haven't. I don't think... Is there a new one? I read the first one that came out since they started doing it again. But that's it. I haven't read anyone since that.
I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft.
Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded?
No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listening to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper.
But
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father!
A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfounded. There's a second one, and the third one comes out on the 9th. Oh, hell yeah, I definitely need to read the second one. It's Ray, she's back too. I hope it's good. I'm giving it a chance before I drop it, but I'll never consider it, like, fully part of the story, you know? Because, like, so much of Berserk is just the one guy's vision that is so weird to read it when he's gone. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. That guy on the right is literally me as an angry soy jack when I read the new Berserk. It's all my fault. It's actually good. The new Berserk is still good. I just haven't caught up on it. Ray.
Rembami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen.
What?
So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Yeah, that is a really cool part about Berserk, is it flows, it has a great flow to it. It's one of those stories where I can't imagine how weird it was to actually read it as like a monthly serial, because, I don't know, it just flows so well. And like how the art style kind of evolves and changes along with the story is really neat too. It has such different looks at various parts of the story.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. It was Miss Brett. It was definitely 100% Miss Brett. This is so intense now. Who could it have been? Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman. Oh my god, it was Jezebel Brett. Dun 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 dun. That's messed up. Yeah, I want to see Rickard too. I love the kingdom too. I love the capital. I want to see my boy, Lord, whatever his name was, Laban. I want to see that boy back again too.
Could it have really been Giselle Brett?
I still think she's faking her own death. I don't know how. At this point, it seems like she's turbo dead. But it seems like she's faking her own death a little bit. Then again, I said that throughout the entire first game about the other evil guy, and it turned out I was just totally wrong. So, who knows? Maybe she's actually dead. LeBron James. Yeah, he's in Berserk. He actually, like, halfway through, skidoo's into Berserk, and it's just photorealistic pictures of LeBron James photoshopped into various scenes. He just stands around in the background looking pissed off. He has his arms crossed, like backing up Guts when he tries to go on his adventures. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. Holy shit, wow. This is intense. Why didn't we just call you to the stand to begin with? You would have cleared up so much stuff. All right, while we're on a cliffhanger, I'm going to take this opportunity to be right back. I'm going to go get some coffee real fast. I'll be back in 1 second to continue this case. See you on the other side of this commercial break. I'm back. Sorry, I was gone for like 2 minutes, but I was really pissed off, so I had to go take a walk. I had to go take a fucking walk. Inside the beach hut, she confronted Miss Brett. That's right, I forgot we're about to get a fucking big climax. Well, at least to this one part of it, about why she knew about this stuff. Miss Brett, why you gotta be a thief for, huh? I can't stand when Miss Brett acts all thievery. I put away my blazer while I was up there too, because I figured I might as well, now that I finally have some goddamn time. Dude, I was so rushed getting to stream today, because my dog pissed all over the fucking rug. My dog pissed all over the rug, so I had like no time to set up. I barely got online at 4. I confronted Miss Brett, but she just sat on a stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. Unforgivable! Oh yeah, there's the stool that she was sitting on. Interesting. Okay, so visualize this, right? Stool is right there in the very back. Right next to it is the table. So yeah, the wine glass placement makes sense then. She took a sippy of the wine. Minecraft drinking noise. She got poisoned by it, fell over dead. But why? And what's the deal with a knife? I don't know, this is all very confusing. Oh look! She was sitting on the stool! Look at the conspicuous gap. The conspicuous gap in the planks. She was stabbed from outside of the room. It's like a locked room murder mystery, but without a lock and without a room. I get it now. That makes so much sense. Yeah, some dude came up and just ganked her from between the plankters. But again, the question is kind of why, right? And what's the deal with the poisons? Huh. Yeah, the fist bump is great. That shit's so satisfying. I think they do it a couple times too. I don't think it's just a one-off, but I can't remember. Laban is such a fucking Chad. The most compelling characters are always characters who are just completely not superpowered in a world where there's just supernatural, superpowered shit going on, but still hold it down. I always think that's so compelling. He wasn't born as like a fucking freak like Guts or getting magical powers, but he still just kicks ass. In his own way, you know? You know what? I'm gonna put my blazer back on because my shirt is so fucking bright in this lighting. This is why I don't wear white shirts. God damn. That shit is bioluminescent. I'm putting it back on. Me off. Hell no. Alright, that's better. Let's continue. Continue from where we left off. They are complete bros. They're such chads. I love that, Fantasia, or whatever it's called, storyline. Like the kingdom, the burgeoning kingdom is really cool. They're like, you know, some weird shit is happening, but we still have a country to run. Gosh darn it. She just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? Oh, she's so... Fuck that girl. Giselle Brett is so annoying. And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me, and... then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. I understand. Call on me, coach. I know what happened. She was stabbed through the planks of wood. There's a conspicuous gap. That makes so much sense. I'm honestly disappointed in myself that I didn't pick up on that. Like a little bit. I'm a little mad at myself for not picking up on it. That's okay, we got it eventually. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. Interesting. Let me reread this poison article, too. Yeah, when they go through the sewers, that was awesome. Like during the Midland rescue stuff where everybody was working together. That was pretty cool. The magic horsemen were like fighting all the monsters, and then the humans were just doing like trying to rescue people sneakily. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes. In minutes, starting with the impaired breathing. I see. I see. Yes, so I think I was actually a little right with what I thought happened. I think she did poison herself and she was stabbed unrelatedly. You know what I'm saying? Because if this occurs in minutes, then it wouldn't have happened the way that this girl is saying it happened. She says she got stabbed, immediately gets up, falls over, pupils contract. But that shouldn't happen because it occurs over the course of minutes and it ends with the contraction of the pupils, which means at like end of minute 2 at the earliest, at the most liberal reading of the word minutes, they would start to contract. So she had to have been poisoned earlier than that. She drank the poison out of the wine glass. But why? And then why would somebody stab her if she was already poisoning herself? I don't get it. They shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her. Why is that guy sweating so much? Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Oh no, poor Uchi.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here. In this courtroom now.
Objection!
Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Mambami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? That is, she's spitting so many facts right now. He has no proof. How she gets stabbed. Also, like, she doesn't have to know. It's not her, she's a fucking witness. It's not her job to know how the fucking bitch got stabbed. Another thing is, too, I don't know if this is part of the mystery or it's just because it's a story, you know? But it's really hard to kill somebody by stabbing them. A lot of people don't know how difficult it is to kill somebody through stabbing. Like, if you have ever worked in, like, the ER or anything or even heard stories, if you, like, when it comes to stabbings, there are people who are stabbed, like, dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of times and don't die. Like, there are some nasty outcomes of stab fights, like knife fights. And it's hard to kill people. It says she got punctured in the lung, which, yeah, that would kill you, but, like, that's a good shot. And through a wall, too, without even being able to see her? That seems like a real, like, professional was behind that, you know? Like, somebody knew what they were doing to take her out in one stab through a wall. That's pretty high tech. It's not something that some random, like, medical assistant would be able to pull off. It is. It's the spy from TF2. Oh my god. And then he disguised himself as the cat, the author's cat, and escaped. There he is! Oh my god, he's so fucking evil. He's sitting on his lap like he didn't do anything wrong. So messed up. Cool. Oh yeah, I remember that part. When he recognized Guts. I want to reread all of Berserk once it's all come out. Like, once the whole thing is released again. Because I haven't read it since the beginning in a long fucking time. In a really long time. I think it's been maybe, like, a decade plus since I read Berserk for the first time. It's been a long fucking time. So, Zeki Natsume article. I want to see the picture, man! Just show me the picture. Boing, boing. Let's see. I'm looking for specifically that symbol we saw, like the 3 balls symbol. But this dude won't move the fucking dialogue boxes. God damn it. Okay, I don't think there's anything in that picture that's pertinent right now, but that's fine. But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prefector Aochi. Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself.
Oh my god. What? Oh, it's the same camera. It's the same camera. Okay, immediately I figured. I'm so smart, bro. I'm so smart, bro. I immediately figured it out. It's the same camera. Bung, 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 bung. Ladies and gentlemen, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, has finally returned. That's right. I'm here, baby. I'm back in the world. Back among the living. Wakabi, if you want to get down on your fucking knees and worship me, I'll allow it. I'll allow you to get on your goddamn knees like a dog, like a puppy, and beg for salvation, and I'll consider it. But I am the Lord and Savior. There's no getting around it. If you get into my bad graces, you will be scorched in the lake of fire for all time, for all eternity. Okay, so not this camera. This camera does not have that crinkly effect. But also the photo was taken through this gap as well. But here's the deal, right? Check out the photo from the newspaper. Notice something about the top right corner. It's all scrunkled, just like that. It's like a broken camera. Aha. So it's whoever did this. It's whoever took this picture is the murderer. Well, I might be jumping the gun a little bit there, but you know what I mean. What the? What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty on the air on that beach is almost palpable. But how does this disprove anything she said? We've already established that she did in fact remove the knife. This changes absolutely nothing.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
Also, I will submit for my own personal evidence that picture is Photoshop. I'll explain why in a moment. That's not true. No! I don't believe it. Agun! Oh no. This is so evil. Submit it to evidence, please.
Order, order!
Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
Wakabi, did you like watching Saw last night, bro? Me and Wakabi watched Saw last night on movie night. We a whole group of us, we watched Saw 1. That movie is awesome. I love Saw 1. Game over! I still haven't watched anything besides, I think, Saw 2. I think that's the most recent one I watched. I don't remember, though. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time since I saw Saw. Man, I love the music so much. I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here.
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photograph as evidence. The incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record. Okay. My friend Ray can be seen kneeling over Miss Brett. I'll show you why the photo is photoshopped now, and it's actually a game changer. I think I solved the entire case because of this. Check this out. Check out the photo right here. Right there. That's the problem. This is trying to imply that there existed at any point in history a British woman with an ass that was not just completely flat as a board. And that is how you know this photo is fake. There did not exist back then like Brazilian butt lifts or anything, so there's no chance this photo is real. She would not have had a dumpy on deck. There's 0% chance. It's a fake photo. The photo has been faked in order to incriminate my client the nose monster, and make everybody think that she stabbed her. Dude, how humorous would it be if when you were looking at this photo, if you just stayed on it for too long, this girl just like leaned over and took a sniff really fast for like 1.5 seconds and then returned to the normal position. Just fast enough that you couldn't see it happen, unless you rewinded, slowed it down. Yeah, Brockhor was screenshotting too. He screenshotted every time, every frame that the photo's been open. His entire hard drive is filled with 87 gigabytes of that exact frame. You and Nelatar watched all 7? Damn! That's a lot of Saw movies. That's a lot of Saws. Yeah, I think I only saw 1 and 2. I really, really liked the first Saw movie. And then the second one I remember not much about. I don't really remember it that well. But the first one's great. I love it. It's a cool movie too, because it's like on such a low budget, but it does so much with it, you know? Like, they do so much with just character work in that movie. So despite the fact that there's very limited sets and like not too much action in it, it's still really compelling. A DVD set. Oh, nice. They saw 7. I see what you did there, 107. I saw what you did there. And just for that, you're getting put in the reverse bear trap, 107. Good job. You had to show me up, and now you're getting put in the reverse bear trap. So what do you think about that? And the key is inside of Brockhor's anus, so good luck. You have 3 minutes, and you have a light-up General Grievous spoon from the Cheerios box from 2003. Get to it if you want to survive. I can't believe he had a photograph like that up his sleeve this entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. I'm not lost for words. I posted 800 heart emojis and peach emojis below that image. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray. Objection! Objection! From Video Diva Ari. Oh, interesting. I've never heard of that service. That website. You know, it's honestly a rarity in these days and age to see, like, actual physical copies of movies. I can't remember the last time I bought a movie, like, on DVD or Blu-ray. I never had a Blu-ray, actually. I only had DVD. When I was a kid, I used to have a VHS player, and I loved that VHS stuff, because, you know, that was before you even had anything, man. You didn't have streaming services. You didn't have, like... It would just come on TV and that was it. If you didn't catch a show live, you were just screwed unless you had a VHS to record it on. That's what I would do. I would usually watch weird-ass shows that came on late at night, and so I would have to record them to watch them the day after. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. It is important. It is. Oh. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. Hell yeah! Woo! Okay, so we figured out what happened at least. Miss Brett was stabbed through this while she was sitting on the stool, fell to the ground. This girl pulled out the knife because she thought it was poisoned, but the poison was really in here. No, that makes no much sense. Nice suit. Are you an intern? I am. I am, in fact. An internet sensation as well, if you can believe that. Even poll turned against Kiwi Farms. Owned. Fucking Kiwi Farms, man. Honestly, it's just a remnant of the old internet. Like, Kiwi Farms is so fucked up 90% of the time, but it was just around for so long that nobody really gave it a second thought. But yeah, obviously it's very not okay. It's the kind of thing too where they try to justify it based on what happened way after, right? Like, people always use the Chris Chan stuff as an example. Like, it's okay that we harassed a mentally ill, borderline retarded man for 20 years because he ended up doing something really horrible 20 years later. But yeah, it was like a really, really dog shit website. I don't know. I've never liked Kiwi Farms. Even when I was a complete edgelord teenager, I always thought Kiwi Farms was just a little shitty. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking that photo at once. The thing I do like about generally 4chan is like 4chan is full of a bunch of edgelords, right? They just have fun with it. But for the most part, 4chan doesn't actually actively fuck with people. They just like document weird shit and talk about it. But they're not hungry. But they're not the kind of dudes most of the time who will like swat people and shit like that. And, you know, Kiwi Farms just goes way too far with their shit a lot of the time. Don't listen to Ouchie, he's lying. He's not. It did pop up twice, so it kind of was double hungry. I don't know why it's doing that. Why is my sound effects popping up twice? I don't get it. Yeah, Saw is definitely better than the Human Centipede. Saw is like an actual movie. Like, it has actual characters with motivations and an interesting story. Whereas the Human Centipede is like just meant to be gross and that's it. That's like the whole movie.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon? You are damn hungry. I'm kind of hungry too, honestly. I need to eat some shit after this. You know what? I've got a bowl full of grapes in the fridge. I'm probably gonna have that for dinner. For dinoir.
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness!
Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence? Yeah, he just talked smack on the fucking press 2 minutes ago. I remember him doing that. Gluten-free pizza? Nice. That's awesome. I've got one of them frozen pizzas in my fridge, but I'm not gonna have that tonight. Okay, so, express post. Nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. Interesting. Interesting. So it was completely anonymous. It was sent in by the hacker known as Anonymous 4chan. Weird.
When you first produced that print before, I noticed you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence!
You yokel student and blabbering professor!
I almost slipped back into his original voice, my bad.
What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Yeah, this print proves nothing. This print proves absolutely nothing. It does. Saw definitely feels more like a classic thriller. A lot of movies now get kind of lost in the sauce, you know? It's just like all about the effects and the like big blood spurts. But Saw 1 is great because it's like it's a story movie at the center of it. It's like a mystery. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but
the moment it was withdrawn! Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
I still think it was really funny that in Saw, they do the thing where they show the flashback. They showed the flashback 3 separate times of the dude Adam in the car garage getting his picture taken in secret. And when the first time, when the person who took the picture is off screen, it plays like an iPhone screenshot sound. It literally does like an iPhone screenshot sound as the photo noise. But then when it shows the other guy actually taking the photo with the camera, it uses the camera sound effect. And then it cuts back again later when you can't see the guy and it uses the phone screenshot sound again. It was really dumb. I don't understand that. It was really weird. It's weird because like they clearly had the sound effect because they used it. I doubt they actually just recorded the sound of the camera going off in that scene.
The moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. Another thing I don't really get about Saw 1, I was hoping rewatching it would make me understand, but I don't actually get why the other dude was even captured. Adam, the guy who was just a photographer? I thought Jigsaw's whole MO was like he tries to kidnap people who don't appreciate life, and he makes them try to like do an epic challenge to escape and prove they want to live. But A, Adam really didn't do anything to indicate that he doesn't appreciate his life, and B, Jigsaw gave him no chance to escape. He flushed his fucking key down the toilet right at the start. I never got that part. Maybe I missed it, but I think Adam just like straight up didn't do anything to indicate he didn't. He was like a scumbag, right? He took money to blackmail people, but he didn't do anything that indicates he doesn't respect life or appreciate his life.
Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim.
Or sorry, not... Is it Adam? Whoever the guy with the black hair was. Not the blonde doctor guy. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no!
Susano, the time for you to fight has come. If what you've established so far is true, there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takasuchi Auchi in a court of law.
That's a stupid name. If my name was Takasuchi Auchi, I would definitely change my name day one. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. I know how to figure it out. It's the guy who took this other photo, because it has the same oddity in the camera. But who took this photo? I don't know. Did they say it anywhere? This is the interview with you and Sozeki-san. It was quite an exchange. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate shot me on the neck. Who's the photographer? Ugh.
Well, counsel.
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph? And the truth is, I have the answer. Wait, kind of. I don't know if that was the right choice. I kind of have the answer, but I don't know the name of the person. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could...
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity? It's this one. The Sasuke Nadumi article.
Take that!
His name is Sosuke Natsumi. Isn't Natsumi the company that makes Harvest Moon? Harvest Moon is the greatest game ever made by man. The GameCube version. I fucking love Harvest Moon. A Wonderful Life. That game rips. That is a game where you can both befriend, and I assure you this is 100% true, this is not made up. You can befriend a Yeti and also a turtle that wears a cowboy handkerchief in the same game. I'm not talking about like an anthropomorphic Franklin the Turtle. I'm talking about a tortoise wearing a red bandana. He fucking rules. He can't speak English or talk at all, but he's still cool.
What is that? The newspaper again?
Raucous England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes, indeed.
They had already caught my eyes, it happens.
What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably? From the branches of a tree or the like?
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Oh, sorry, that was the other guy. Now, if you look closely at this photograph.
It's got the same lines.
Yeah, the Yeti was awesome. Harvest Moon was one of those games too, where like, it was the perfect game for random fucking schoolyard ne'er-do-wells to make up shit about. Because all the stuff that happened in that game was just like random events with really unclear triggers that would be super fucking weird. Like meeting a Yeti and having to go to like a fairy's house and climb into a tree and shit. It was so bizarre. But it was like a really normal game. You just like live in a town and sell crops to people. And then every once in a while, some weird deranged shit would happen. It was so strange. It's such a fucking good game though. I love the soundtrack in that game. Sometimes I'll just listen to that when I need to like really focus on something because it's got really relaxing music.
Good gracious!
Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too. I like to listen to like classical music when I need to focus on stuff, but sometimes even that is not quite like zone outable enough because of the way that old music used to actually use volume, you know? Like there are parts in classical music that are just way louder than the rest of it. But not in the Harvest Moon soundtrack. That's all very, very samey. You can just kind of drown out in it. The same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Objection! Farmville. Oh yeah, I remember Farmville. That was the OG too. That was like the OG hyper monetized mobile game. I forgot about that. Now they're a dime a dozen. Now it's like a whole burgeoning industry, but Farmville definitely led the charge. Let's go Farmville. I never played it. I missed the train on Farmville.
That tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
Urgh. What's quite remarkable about it is the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinarily similarity have transparency?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
We're with the photographic device.
Yes, we can confidently say the camera's lens must be scratched. Here's my question. This game takes place at like the turn of the century. This is like either 1890s or 1900s, I think. What the fuck kind of camera was this dude using? Like, how did he sneak a giant-ass 1800s flashbulb camera onto the beach and then take that photo and then fucking sneak off without a trace? That's absurd. I don't know, maybe they did have tiny cameras by then. I truly can't tell you, I don't know. I think the smallest camera they could have possibly had would be like that big chunkin' one with the big flash bulb up top. With the like, you know, the flash bulb that goes off and makes a big noise. I know that Ace Attorney is known for being a hyper-realistic game, but I think this might be slightly unrealistic in some aspect. First, they gave the British woman an ass, which is already completely unrealistic. And then they expect me to believe that there was some like tiny handheld camera that didn't make a flash or a sound when it went off. And it went away unnoticed. I don't know about that one. That broke my suspension of disbelief. It could have been Herlock Sholmes' tech. The part where an 8-year-old girl invented super inventions of great magic, that part did not break my disbelief. But the camera absolutely just put this over. It's so unbelievable now. It's like dudes who whine about Star Wars spaceships not being realistic while they're using space magic and swinging around laser swords.
We can confidently say the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper?
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
Wag!
Oh my god. Menemunion! As they say, as I've always famously said, this game stole my catchphrase.
I see why you were called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's Menemino, I tell you. Menemino. Menememo? Many-Memo. Many-Memo. That's the character's name, folks. You got it? You memorized the name Many-Memo now? Mimo. This is so stupid. I don't understand what's fucking happening. So Seki-san, what was that? Did you say Many-Memo? I feel like I'm watching an episode of Xavier Renegade Angel sometimes. This game vacillates wildly between like cool mystery to solve and Xavier Renegade Angel. There's very in between. It just like flips wildly back and forth.
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been
Show you these nuts.
hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo.
I get it. It's another pun. Writing many memos.
Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk.
That is a pretty stupid name. Many Memo is not great. I thought a different character had a stupid name. Nah, that one takes the cake. Raiten Many Memo is pretty bad. People who procrastinate are more likely to develop insomnia. That makes sense. That's why you should never procrastinate. It's a bad idea. It's a bad call.
Hounding me from dawn till dusk.
Ah, now that he mentions it.
They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
There he is! That's him. That's Raiten Many Memo. He's got the 3 testicles. That guy has 3. Look on his arm, on his armband. Oh my god, he's so evil, bro. Why would he do such a thing, though? Look on the pen. Oh my god. Oh my god. So at some point after his, well, stabbing of her, she, Raiten Many Memo. She must have got a hold of his pen. Weird. No, she had his pen ever since they were at the academy, because they stole the poison from the academy that was presumably stored in the pen. That's very confusing. Yeah, it's RM, that's him. Raiten Many Memo. WY! Walk up ye! I still think it says WY secretly. They just decided to put the periods up here to have fun with it. To really have some fun with it. Cool. Okay, so there you go. That's a big breakthrough. This guy's looking quite suspicious now. Questions arise, though. Why does he want to murder this woman? And what does he have to do with any of this? Like, why does he? He's a student. He's also a student at the school, so maybe that's. Look at the arm too. I never noticed that, but he's got ink on his arm. Ink or poison, whichever. Ink or poison is on his hand. And he's using a pencil, so he's missing his pen. I see. I see. That's so cool. So you could have, technically, if you were like really eagle-eyed and playing this game, you could have figured this out like right off the bat as soon as they introduced this guy. Because part of his animation cycle is this dude showing up to take notes. So you see the armband, you see the stain on his hand, you see the pencil instead of the pen, and you see the camera. Interesting. That's cool. But I did not notice any of that because I barely noticed he existed. Could that same reporter be?
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with you.
So you're saying that this picture was taken by?
By Many Memo, yes. My lord, your excellency, Esquire.
Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. When Nintendo was created in 1889, there were only 38 states in the Union. That is true. There was also, this game was happening at the exact same time. Nintendo was being created one building over from this. In fact, this window that you're seeing right now is in modern day Japan. If you Google this building on Google Maps, it's just the Smash Ball logo these days. They changed it. They changed it to modernize a little bit to keep it with the times.
We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, a murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
No! Many Memo!
Everybody hates Many Memo, bro. Nobody likes Many Memo. That dude is not the homie. Shine 2022 is happening today? Oh, hell yeah. To be continued? Why? I hate this game, bro. I want to finish it tonight. How long is this shit? This is case 1. This is the tutorial prologue case. We still haven't even seen what the main character is doing in this game. We're playing as his assistant who went back to Japan.
Fuck!
Exactly. That's how I'm feeling right now, on the inside.
Fuck!
I don't know if we're going to get to see the conclusion. I hope so. The fun thing about Ace Attorney, and by fun I mean infuriating, is that every like subsequent case in these games takes 5 hours more than the one before it. In Ace Attorney 1, it was still the craziest. There's like a DLC case that comes packaged with the Steam version. That's legitimately like a 15 to 20 hour long case. It is nuts. It's so complex. It takes course in like 3 separate buildings are technically the murder scene. There's like multiple culprits. There's like various discrepancies in recordings and stuff. Like it takes so long to get through all of it. It's crazy. That case was really cool, but it was very long. 13th August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, a defendant's antechamber 3. Roing. Aw, poor Ray. Joke's so sad. I just feel like shit because the shot's still ouch. Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. There are certain shots that will just still feel sore like hours after the fact. The good news is that in the long run it'll feel better. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. Oh, that's the wrong voice. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Oh, she was covering her own ass. That's not good. I hope Hungrybox wins Shine 2022. I'm not gonna lie. The last grand finals was Mango versus Hungrybox, and it was fucking awesome. I want that again. I want Mango Hungrybox grand finals, but Hungrybox wins this time, and he pops off so hard that the entire venue is blown apart and destroyed. Like, he is just standing alone, heaving chest in the center of a fucking smoking crater by the end of it. Just with body parts strewn around him. That's what I'm waiting for. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the... Yeah, do the Susato takedown! No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets! This girl is completely insane. I'm no better, you know. Oh! Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato? I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray? Yes? Can you find it in your heart to give me? Aw, that's so sad. I hope she goes to jail for murder and dies, though. That would be kind of cool. Top 48? Oh, hell yeah. The Sheik's Revenge. Is Leffen there for Sheik's Revenge? You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I'm not gonna lie, Ray is acting gay as hell these days. She is so thirsty for her female friend just because she dressed up as a man. Now that's confusing to me. That is like a trope, and it's confusing. Which is like... I can't... It hurt my brain because I have like a very simple understanding of human sexuality, but like... It's a thing where women who are gay are attracted to women who dress like men. You know, like if a pretty woman dresses up as a man, it's like, oh, that's attractive. But that doesn't make any sense to me because I can't even get into it because I don't understand. It's so confusing. I'm a simple man. I have a caveman's brain. I'm like, I like pretty women, and that's as deep as it goes. But for some people, I guess it's much more, it's layered. It's like the inception of sexuality. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying.
I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor with a knife in her bag. I still don't trust her to actually be dead because, she's smiling too. Look at that. She's got still a devious grin on her face, even in hell. It all happened right before my eyes. Tomboy-looking girl. Like straight guys who like women with no boobs and short hair. It makes no sense. Okay, let's not go too far now, okay? Let's not go too far. Because there's a certain appeal to that. There's a certain appeal. I won't lie. But I don't know. I guess it makes sense a little bit. Listen, I'm not gay, but I just like women who look exactly and behave exactly like men is all. You know what I mean? Like they have a 5 o'clock shadow, the jawline of a god, Olympic god. Jacked, just fucking strong as hell. Look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but with breasts, basically. That's not, I might have made that up, it's not true. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. Do you remember when there was the worst fucking meme of all time? This actually made me it's like one of the few memes that made me actively angry. Which was like the tomboy Outback thing. Do you remember that? There was like tomboy Outback or something, and like goth girl IHOP or some shit. That shit made me so mad, and it was everywhere. It was just absolutely everywhere. I don't know why, but it made me irrationally angry every time I saw it. Just Miss Brett and myself, there was no one else. The Roy Orbison song. Oh yeah, that's a classic. I love that song. So I don't understand how she could possibly be stabbed like that. Yeah, that one's iconic. That is like the most basic. It's not even a love song. It's just, I like women. That's the entire song. But it's great. It's fantastic. It's literally like I saw a hot babe on the sidewalk. I'm gonna write a whole song about it. Iconic. It was a great move.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. You messed up. You fucked up this time, Ray. It will be all right. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm gonna prove everything you've said is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba.
What the fuck is a Mikotoba? Is that some sort of ancient Japanese racial slur that I should know about? No, I don't think we should discuss. Oh no, look, they labeled him as one too. This game is getting too controversial, dude. I don't even know if that might be TOS. I should bleep it whenever I have to say Mikotoba. I still don't know what that means. You probably look it up on Google and it says a dirty Italian is the definition. I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order, lest they all think we're some sort of Mikotobas. I suspect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. Huh? This girl's talking about weird words, bro. Brockwell, I'm not reading all of this, bro. You typed way too long of a comment about tomboys. Brockwell is desperately trying to justify his tomboy addiction by like typing in like Jim Carrey in that one gif. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Brockwell's home lock screen is just 8 tomboys. A collage that he put together and created.
Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
The chemical reagent is entered into the court record. A special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in his laboratory. That's very convenient, thank you, this guy.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. You're acting like a goddamn Mikotoba all of a sudden.
Let's examine this further, shall we? It's got a clown nose on the top of it. Why the fuck does it have like a clown nose up top? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. What does that say? Draney? That says Dwayne. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be a little help here, I'm afraid.
It says Reish!
Couldn't you have written medicine? That was a Sherlock Holmes reference. Couldn't you have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese.
Femboy Hooters! Yeah! Dude, that meme was so epic. I don't get the meme. I literally don't understand what the joke is. It was just like subgenre of girl and then restaurant. That was it. That was the whole thing. Made no sense.
Well, I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
Is it purple? Let's take some out to see if it's... Oh, wait, no, but this is the reagent. This isn't the poison. Okay. Okay. Good to know. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there." Oh my god, that's so devious.
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Memo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. But he's always shadowing, what's-his-face, the author, and the author was there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh,
a known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to the office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photo. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the internet. Ah!
Yes, that must be what happened.
Counsel! We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. I will note, however, despite all of this, that there is one compelling piece of evidence in that guy's favor, which is just purely visual so far, but the whole deal is that the camera is broken, right? And that's why it creates that weird artifacting in the top right. They said the lens specifically. If you look at the physical model of the character, the reporter, and his camera, the camera that he's holding does not actually have a cracked lens at all. The camera he's holding, the lens is completely intact. It looks like, anyway. So maybe he lost his camera too.
It's time to steel ourselves once again then.
Or I could be misremembering, but I remember him not having a broken camera lens.
Defense attorney Ryutardo Narutodo.
Yes! Yeah! Susano's definitely popping off, dude. She's jumping up and down and she's about to pick up that bench and slam it on the floor. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. She's gonna do the H-box takedown. You'll just slowly see Jigglypuff float into frame and then arrest the judge, and then you'll hear H-box screaming from off camera.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Mambami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness?
No.
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh! What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
No poison on the knife, right?
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, the exaggerated swagger of a black teen, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
Oh, this is not him talking. He just cut back to this guy for no reason.
And counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that? Yeah, okay, so that's what I thought from the beginning, but I didn't think any of this other shit, but we've circled back around to that original assumption, right? It mentions very hyper-specifically in the note, the poison article on page 2 or 3. Yeah, the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade. So, there's also very conspicuously a wine bottle and wine glass next to her. So I think she poisoned herself. Why she did that, I have no fucking idea. But I think she poisoned her own wine glass and drank it before the stabbing happened. I don't know why. Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
Oog! I can't believe it. Well, you know, we were just talking about... Oh, never mind. I'm so stupid. I'm so fucking stupid. I was like, we were just talking about women who dress up like men. This girl's doing it in this game. I'm like, that's literally why we started talking about it. As to why we started talking about it was her friend getting all horny because she's dressed up like a man.
Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
This dude dresses like Vegeta, by the way.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness. First, before we do that, I want to examine the knife. Ah, yes. This must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father. Okay, so nothing about the knife is interesting in any way. Okay, fair enough. How about this? Symbol, initials? No, nothing. Okay, just a random knife. Just a random knife.
Was there a knife in the photograph?
No, I would have checked for that earlier. I would have definitely checked for that earlier. Nope. No knife. No knife in the photo. Sorry. Okay, good to know.
Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife? If that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Through the mouth. Through the mouth, you fool. There he is. This dude loves writing in his notebook.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Hungry Bucks writing many memo to show you news. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the Hero or the Herald for nothing. I'm the nice guy of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry? See, look at his camera. No broken lens. No broken lens on the camera.
Many memos senses a scoop in the offing.
Oh, look, he does have a tiny camera with... It doesn't have a flash bulb. I thought it would have to have a flash bulb. Weird. That's a good-ass camera, man. I remember even, like, more modern cameras, like 1900s, early mid-1900s cameras had... You know, they got that big-ass bulb up top? The big bulb. This one doesn't got no bulb. I don't wonder how it took a picture of that dark-ass room. It's got a little natural light, I guess. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba.
Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Ah! Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi, the so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
He doesn't give a fuck, dude.
Nah, the readers won't buy that. What?
Witness.
Yes?
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. Did you know cameras are absurdly fucking expensive in real life? If you want like a good quality camera to do like real photography with, that shit is so fucking expensive. Cameras are absurdly expensive. It's very strange. It's definitely like a well-off hobby, you know? You need to have some money to really get into photography. If the iPhone camera's not gonna cut it, that shit gets pretty expensive.
It was delivered anonymously to the police bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my menomonism. What?
What the fuck is menomonism? This dude is just making up religions as he goes. Memoism. Memoism.
Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Sozeki-san. Yes, right. That was me, Manny Memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is I didn't, because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. The country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Humph. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. Here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after him. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph?
Oh yes, I saw it with my own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, let's do this. I don't know what to do. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screen, so there were plenty of gaps I could see through. That's true. He's honestly not wrong. There's a giant gap right there where she was stabbed through. I remember that part.
The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife. Throwing the Englishwoman to the floor, she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Reed screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped.
I see them. I definitely do see them. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
and it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hiding up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day and get a scoop the next. That's many memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Well, I mean, it's good if the case is gonna fucking finally end, Jesus. But not this way, not like this. Not my nice friend Ray. What did he say that's not true so far? Everything he said has been kind of based, except for when he said that my client threw this girl to the floor and stabbed her, because that clearly didn't happen. He's making that up, but how do I prove that? Poor Swan. I can't believe the swan on her hat also had to die. That's so tragic. The swan on her hat did nothing wrong. Giselle Brett was rotten to the core, but the swan definitely was innocent in all this. There's the lugage. So there's shoes in the luggage. Oh my god! Am I a god? Could I possibly be a god? It depends what this is. There's something sticking up out of the corner of her luggage, but I can't really tell what it is. It looks almost a little bit like the sheath of a knife. If you really squint at it, it kind of does, you have to admit. Like, look at this knife specifically, like with the gold band and with the gold little thing in the side of it. If you look at that and you compare it to this, this could be the sheath of that exact same knife. Which would be really compelling because it means she definitely like faked the whole thing. Because she brought the knife with her specifically to set this up. But it's hard to tell if that's what it is, because the luggage is just so far away in this photo. Look at this photograph. But here's the question, right? If she wasn't bringing it, the luggage is open and displayed, right? Like, that's a pretty giant part of this picture, all things considered. And not only that, but even if you take away the video game, metagame part of it, it's also her choosing to open up her luggage, right? What was she retrieving from her luggage, if not the knife? What was she taking out of the luggage if it wasn't the knife? She had her dress here, she had her purse here, she has her little dingle already, this like little mask. There's already 3 masks hung up there. It's not like she took one of the masks out. I don't know what else she'd be putting in or putting away. Maybe the shoes? No, she's still wearing her shoes. You see what I'm saying? What else would she be taking out of the luggage or putting away, if not for the knife? I would say the wine bottle, but that's already set up on the table. Like, there's a whole thing. There's ice, there's the other thing. So, it's not that. Maybe the pen. Could possibly be the pen if she had put that in the suitcase. But I don't know, man. I'm thinking it might be the knife she was pulling out of there. Either way, that's not super relevant yet, so I guess let's not think too hard about it. No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful! Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why, then, was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play yet to be understood. I also do think that when that guy, you know how like the characters, when you call them out on shit, they have like a shocked animation where they do something goofy? I think that dude's is gonna be that he's gonna fucking rip his suspenders in half. I bet you he's gonna break those fucking suspenders. He's stretching them way too far. More pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. Look at that! He's stretching them way too far! You can't stretch suspenders that far. I don't like suspenders. I've worn suspenders before, but I've never been a fan. I don't know. I don't get the appeal. I definitely don't get the appeal of suspenders. I think they're weird. They do suspend, though. They are very good at suspending things. You have to give them that, if nothing else. But beyond that, I really don't get anything out of them. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Literally, it's the camera that he's keeping close to his chest. Suspenders. And if you look at the camera, it basically looks like an Among Us character because there's the camera that looks like the body, and then the white of his shirt coming out from between those court poles looks like the legs, if you could believe that. So it actually does make sense. And he's a murderer. So it all kind of fits in neatly to the Among Us. It lends itself very well to Among Us. The beach hut was made of old reeds. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. A smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through. Let's press this first statement first. The shoddy old reeds. Let's learn more about these. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman?
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking picture without the young woman's knowledge. And she was undressing, that is true.
Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry.
In my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoop knows no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. Not even minimism. That's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was indiscriminate.
Right, so if that all buttoned up, can we move on?
Tell the court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut?
A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
I see, okay. She was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut?
Yep, and she was raging. Raging like my journo spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs.
The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism.
But the student's ramblings fell on deaf ears, like Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
He really ought to work on his similes first, though. That is a terrible simile. That made no goddamn sense.
Anyway, the point is that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment I caught on film.
I see, okay. He's got a pretty good lie going so far, I'm not gonna lie. This is where he's gonna fuck up, though. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing her to the floor as he stabbed her in the back. Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the moment the stabbing took place?
Heh, the precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. From start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut.
Oh, here we go, baby. I live for this, dude. These are the best pieces of evidence in all these games. This is just the layout. This is the map. We're gonna get to study this shit. You get to see, like, where everything is laid out, all that stuff.
Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad.
I say. So the luggage is right by the door on the right as soon as you enter. I gotcha. Yeah, okay. So this all the stuff we saw in the picture is all there is. There's nothing else hidden by the walls. There was nothing obscured.
When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Ugh. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way, and in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
Let's check that against this photo. I guess that would add up a little bit, but in this photo, she's in front of her. So, this is like a diagonal angle, too, a little bit, it looks like. Huh, okay, fair enough.
What you describe is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what Many Memoism says.
The beach hut plan has been entered into the court record. Cool. By the way, Many Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
That shit is so weird, dude. The weirdest one was that famous picture of the little black baby in Africa who was like being eaten by vultures and fucking just took pictures of him. That shit's weird as hell. Well, he wasn't being eaten, but you know what I mean. There was like vultures waiting for him to die. You know the picture I'm talking about. It's like the most famous picture ever. He could have given him a fucking hamburger or something, is all I'm saying.
John is looking quite fly today. Hey, what's up, Ranimated Bit? Thank you.
I agree. I agree completely. Well, you know, it's my first day in court, so I have to look quite fly. Otherwise, I'll go to jail. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? We're trying to solve the evil murder of an evil British woman. The British woman was already a murderer, and then she became like the murderee as well, which is the worst part. In the first game, she was a murderer. Now she's a victim. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out holes in this guy's little thing, but I don't see any just yet. Where was he taking? Hopefully it'll show where he was taking the photo from as well. It didn't play. The sound effect did not play random in a bit. I got bad news. It refused. The funniest part is Blurp was working all through today. Multiple times. Thousands of times. Until you tried to use it, and then it immediately broke. And then it immediately broke. Blurp has gone off like 10 times today.
Obviously not. An observer always remains, on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may.
You missed the worst movie ever last night, Ranmay Bit. We watched Shark Side of the Moon, which was about Russian shark people who lived in space. Specifically, they lived on the shark side of the moon.
Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement could perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Okay, good. There we go.
I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many Memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless.
Let's go, Many Memo-san. He's an epic Redditor.
I never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer. Okay, got him. Good.
Perfect. I think that's what we were waiting for, because now we can bring out the fact, it's not directly refuting exactly what he said, but we can show that his pen was in her hand. That seems very important. Yeah, that is true. We watched Shark Side 1, Saw 1, but it was blown out of the water by Shark Side of the Moon. Shark Side of the Moon had a Shark Side sweep. It was a Shark Side story that night. Because Saw 1 did not even come close. It didn't have any of the characters, didn't have any of the heart of that movie did. It could never live up to Shark Side of the Moon. Okay, let's press this first, and then we'll start presenting evidence against it. Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here.
Oh my god, reanimated bit god. Why is Blurp so mean only to reanimated bit? That is so messed up. B machine, shut the fuck up before I rip your mouth off, raffle emoji. Let's go, Wakabee's, you know, he just has banter with people. He just has good back and forths. You know what I mean? Yeah, reanimated bit got trolled. Literally the only Blurp in the entire day that has not worked was the one reanimated bit tried to use. That's messed up.
My nerves were stretched to a breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot.
You really should have summoned help before thinking off your camera.
Many memoism and humanism don't always agree, and most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yeah, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all of this up?
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But
it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest you trust your instincts and press him on everything. As you've no doubt seen done many times before.
Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. I do. Okay, so we got it now. I never once set foot in this hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. Okay, we're gonna just try hard presenting fountain pen against this. This is a hard presenting fountain pen.
Many memo-san. Until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. That press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more many memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers
don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with these recriminatory words, Counsel?
Ganon made top 48, and it's versus Sheik. Oh no. Yeah, he's gone, dude. I'm so sorry. I got bad news, Brockor. That Ganon has already been 3-0'd as we speak. As you were typing this, he lost all of his matches. He's not winning that one. He ain't winning that one, Chief.
Any memo-san?
Do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. You know what I think is part of the reason why Ganon gets shit on so hard in Melee, like more than usual, is because like there is just a better version of that character that's played really commonly. Like people get practice versus Captain Falcon, and then they get to play against Ganondorf, which is like Captain Falcon in a wheelchair. You know what I mean? It's just like a worse version of a character they've already done a million times. Like they've already practiced that matchup to death.
The murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are ya? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM in the coffee. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder?
That your initials are also RM? No!
His initials are definitely RLM, I'm not gonna lie. Raiten Many Memo.
That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user.
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, oh my god, this is a disturbing close-up, there is a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung. Any memo, son? Is it not that before she died?
Oh, this is the wrong character. You met with Giselle Brett in the beach huts?
Objection! Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
What about the logo, dude? What about the logo? Bowser was the worst character in Melee. That's pretty true. Bowser was pretty bad. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. We got safe. that is a toxic trait. The thing is, like, I think with tournaments especially, the weird thing is, like, the real test is endurance, right? The best players are players, they play all fucking day to get to the top of the tournament. By the time you're in grand finals, that's like 8 hours in. If you think about, because I think about like Smash Sunday, right? Smash Sunday is me playing casually for 5 hours. That's it. And by the time it's over, I already play like complete dog shit. Like I play so much worse than the start of it. It's insane to think people can be that consistent for that long at the highest level of gameplay, you know? It's nuts. That's nuts to me. It's got to be so hard to keep up like peak performance all the way through the tournament. Like every game too. The defense has neither the time nor inclination to count every star in the sky. Ah! And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner identity is... Da 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 da. There it is, it's the dot. It's the three testicles. The three testicle army. Holding it back. Oh, he got 0-3. Oh, he was in winners! Okay, let's go. That's good. At least he was still winner's side. He's got to make the world's greatest loser run. I hope AMSA wins. AMSA Red Yoshi. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. Wait, what? Show the fucking court, dipshit. They're just gossiping about it like gossip girls. Present it. Got it. As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize. Many Memo-san! Goodness me! It's the emblem of Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. See, that's not as many people as the Night Sky. That's only one dude, probably. Depending how big the news agency is. Yeah, that is true, right? Why does Dr. Mario... Dr. Mario was carried by results is the thing, because there were actually Dr. Mario players for a while, until they all dropped him. It literally is one of those things. It's like Byleth in Smash Ultimate, where there's going to be one player who's a really good Ganon who gets actual results, and then he's going to shoot up the tier list, and people are going to be like, I always knew Ganon was good. I always knew Ganon was good. I just put him at the bottom of my tier list because, for reasons, you know? Leffen will go on Twitter talking about how Ganon is broken and cry about it. He just it's like Yoshi in Melee is a better example, because he's also in Melee. Like, Yoshi was considered completely dog shit until AMSA did really good with him. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous. That's what I said, Ryutardo. You copied me. She copied me. She copied my exact argument. Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond? No! Look at his stupid feet. Bro, he wears the shortest pants known to man. He's wearing thigh-high, like, e-girl socks. Order, order! Explain yourself, witness! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Shoyu News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? Oh my god. How long before did he say that was? Oh, not long before. Okay, he doesn't say how long before. I hate his suspenders. His suspenders are ass, I'm not gonna lie. I don't even like suspenders in general, and his suspenders are particularly ass. They are stretchy though, I gotta give him that. He does have stretchy suspenders. You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? It's not only the stretchiness that's impressive, it's like the elasticity. They go back and they should be all floppy by now. They should be some floppy jalopies, but they're hanging in there. I respect their fortitude, but they do look nasty. As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut.
It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it, yes, all right, but on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsumi-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves. It's not a harmless one, it's big.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Many memoirism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Holy crap. This is getting so intense now. It can't be. I don't want Soseki to be the murderer. He was already accused of murder once and he got off scot-free. Soseki-san. Yeah, that's not a great name either. He's got an unfortunate name for sure. It is accurate, but it's unfortunate. That's why he's bracing himself. He's bracing himself for the sucking that's about to occur. Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Use suspenders? Yeah, I've never been a fan. I don't know why. I've never liked wearing suspenders. Some people can pull them off. There are people who can pull off the suspenders look, but I don't know. To me, anybody who wears suspenders looks like they're a newsboy from 1942. Soseki-san, hiding something? HBO tactics. See, that's what this game should do. Just to keep people invested. Just like House of the Dragon. Since they've been just having dialogue for the past 3 hours of this game, they should have just cut to a hardcore sex scene for no reason that adds nothing to the story. Game of Thrones style. The witness's secrets. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized the victim still had a pulse. He ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. He didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoirism demands I reveal it now. That is pretty smart. So, sucky, son. Yeah, basically, in that last testimony, when it appeared to be just this guy on the bench, it's only because you can see from the top up. So, Seki-san was still there, he was just living up to his name. So, Seki-san was just a little bit below the bench at that point. That's why this dude's so pissed off now. He was chilled out earlier, but now he's all heated again. He didn't get to finish. He didn't get to finish the sucky. But he didn't say anything about it in his testimony. You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Oh my god. Damn it, there's too many twists. This is impossible. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
He's freaking out. That's him preparing for the sucky.
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Suspender. Oh yeah, I've seen suspenders in a Halloween costume for sure. I've definitely seen that before. I'm not even denying they can be stylish. It's been done in the past, but I don't know. It's a bold fashion choice for sure. When it's not a costume based. It's just kind of old-timey, you know? It's like, it would be like wearing a fedora. It's like wearing a fedora. It's in the same vein. It's in the same vein as a dude wearing a fedora. It's like, it can be done. There are legends of it being done successfully, but it's rare. It's very rare. Counsel for the defense. I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Oh my god. So evil. The witness's secrets.
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a question. He didn't say anything about that in his testimony.
Okay. I will press this. What is the significant question, sir? I would love to know. What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now, you should hear that from the horses.
Dude, stop doing that animation. It's so disturbing. I do not like when he does that. So sucky Sam preparing for the suck is not a good animation.
You should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think.
There he goes. He's just off to the races, man.
Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Arrgh! Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I had been catching crabs at the water's at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. I ran up the beach to see what was happening, the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosanaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan! A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? Well, in truth, do it jiggle? That was his final question. That was the last thing the Englishwoman was ever asked in her life. Poor dying Englishwoman.
I asked her, who did this to you?
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I also thought it was going to be do it jiggle, but it's a who did this to you.
Don't protract this any longer.
How did the woman respond?
She didn't. She said nothing in response. But
when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. Oh, poor guy. He's so scared.
I will! I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Yes, she did. So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not respond is a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache. Because I'm Japanese.
Oh man, poor guy. He's having his incel arc right now live on stream.
He says she doesn't ever respond to sub-8 males.
Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, hating women is incel, but hating the English is just normal. That's just being a regular human.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer-Man? Oh, well, yes, all right. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Oh no. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I wonder why.
Xenophobic Englishwoman.
Yeah, that is pretty cool, right? That's definitely a cool move of her. And then this guy became a xenophobic Japanese, and then he went on to write the story Attack on Titan. What a thrilling origin. Turns out everybody who doesn't come from my little island is a weird monster. Poor Soseki-san has been fidgeting constantly in the stand.
Yes, like a naughty child who's waiting for punishment from his parents.
That is so hot, dude. He is just waiting to be punished. So Sucky-san is.
The question is, how are we gonna punish him? We must focus our energies on gathering information and establishing facts.
Okay, fine. I pressed everything, though. I didn't actually press everything. I was a fool and I did it out of order again for no reason. I thought that it was gonna be fine if I did it out of order. I'm gonna press the last statement. Oops, no, I went too far. Stop. Don't say all these lines again. I gotta go back to the last statement. Pointed towards the victim, or the culprit. What does that mean? Lifted a trembling figure and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Okay. Where was the defendant? He's gonna mark it on the map. He's gonna mark it on the map, isn't he? Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? So Zeki-san, is that true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut...
Oh yeah, it's adding to the map.
The Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut.
No shit, dude, because she got stabbed through the reeds. Stabbed through the reeds.
Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
Suspender King, and being suspended from things. That's fair. It's like rope play, but with suspenders. It's like suspender play. It's like rope play, but being done by a old-fashioned thick gumshoe of sorts. Some sort of motherfucking old wise noir detective. No. So Zeki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But fiddlesticks, I say.
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course. Konnichiwas. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction. Somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
I miss Gumshoe too, man. He was awesome. Gumshoe rules. The OG Ace Attorney games, I think, have way better characters. The characters are a lot stronger in, like, the future timeline. There are some good characters in this one, too. Like, especially Herlock Sholmes holds down the fort a lot. But there's fewer. There's fewer charming characters. Ace Attorney, the original, was, like, packed with them. They were all great.
Surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious. And yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there could be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because, as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing.
No, there was, stupid.
It's now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have committed this crime.
The photographer, dude. I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! No!
The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dashed. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue you need.
You know what character I miss from the original too, besides just Gumshoe? What was the guy's name? Larry Butts? Larry Butts was fucking awesome. When something stinks, it's gotta be the butts. That's what they said his catchphrase was. That guy fucking rocks. He was the very first defendant too, I think. He was the first guy who had to, like, bail out because they thought he murdered his girlfriend. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber. He told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. Yeah, I know! It was the fucking... photographer. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. I'm gonna save because I don't know which piece of evidence it wants me to show here. I know what it wants me to, like, say, but sometimes it's hard to get the evidence to line up precise. Like, there's multiple things that mean the same thing, you know what I mean? I'll show you. So what they want me to talk about here is this right here, the gap between the reeds. If she was sitting on the stool, someone could have stabbed her through this gap and killed her. That would work perfectly. Oh my god. Even Nelatar's hungry now. Oh my goodness. And then this too. This would, see what I mean? There's like multiple photos. There's multiple photos that would prove the same thing. Despite just hungriness, it would also prove murder. I just need to show that there's a gap in the reed and that there's somebody back there. The reed is parted, but then the important part is that the photographer is behind this reed. So I don't know which photo to show. So the gallant Yoko student's luck finally runs out. Can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know.
Objection!
Why does she say objection? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. That's fucking obnoxious. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your education for the time being. Time being? Oh, to what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. 104,000. I wonder who has the most total. The most total channel points just saved up. 107 had a lot, but 107 also uses them a lot. So the total number is low. Like the net remaining channel points is low. B-Machine has 300,000 something, which is very high. It might be the number one spot. The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate.
Objection!
Objection! An alternative theory? Ha, none exist.
Objection!
There was something else present at the scene. Who could have committed the crime? I know who it was. It was the photographer. Yeah, I don't think I can see them. I don't know how to look at them. What? Wakabi, maybe. Yeah, Wakabi might have the most, because he doesn't use them very frequently. Wakabi, he does like to use blurp, but he likes to use his custom blurps that he figured out how to do somehow. So he doesn't use channel points too terribly often. You know what he does, though? Wakabi loves to highlight his messages. So I bet that's drained on his treasury quite a bit. He loves to just, like, highlight the messages that he sends. It's, like, his favorite tactic. That's, like, a really inexpensive channel point reward, but he does do it a lot. And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling figure in the killer's direction. This is fiction! Fantasy! Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternate theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo... Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where are you presuming the culprit was concealed? Right here. Yeah, that's true. Timing out. Timing out definitely drains his resources. He'll usually time out like at least one person per day, which is a lot of channel points.
Take that!
Take that. Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Naruhodo is the main character, if you guys didn't know from the original actual game. This is his sidekick, who's having her own spin-off adventure for some reason as the first chapter of this one. The true culprit who stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? But I am. I think it was the photographer. Order! Order!
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop. But I don't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel! Yeah, suspenders guy, of course. Of course it's the fucking suspenders. That's why I told you, never trust somebody in suspenders. I always tried to tell everybody, but nobody would believe me till it was too late. They always just suspended their fucking disbelief instead and chose to believe him. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory? Yeah, okay, so this is the part that's both of these photos. I'm gonna do incriminating photograph, but both of these seem like they should work. All we need to show is this, the part in the reeds, in front of the stool. But this shows the part in the reeds and not the stool, but it also shows the guy's camera. So I'm gonna choose this one. Seems like overall the strongest piece of evidence. First I'll save in case it's an instant game over. Yeah, we'll do this one. Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of... I do know why. Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theory as to how the victim was stabbed? It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency. I think the word you were looking for, Counsel, was downfall, damn it! They didn't take it. If your theory is correct and the knife was thrust into Mitbreast's back, there should be a visible trace somewhere. A trace? Yes, on the hut itself. Armed with that idea, I must look... Oh my god, it does want the other photo. I hate this game. The defense would like to present a different piece of evidence. That's so... Dude, the Ace Attorney games always fucking cross me up and break my ankles. They always break my fucking ankles like Shaquille O'Neal. Every time. Every fucking time. Someone asked, that's how you know they were a complete baby, Brockor. They don't understand anything about the CRTs. Yeah, so it definitely wants this photo, which is really dumb. Either photo you choose, you leave out a really important piece of it. If you choose this photo, you get the stool, right? But you miss out on the camera. And in the other photo, you get the camera and the little break, but you don't get the stool. I'll choose this one. Watch this one also be wrong. The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. Oh, fuck off! I did a flawless run up until this point! I hate that so much. That happens to me so often in Ace Attorney. They always cross me up like that. A trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside? That's what they... Okay, I should have seen this coming. They wanted me to do the thing where I have to do fucking Dora the Explorer and point out the thing. And if I chose the other photo, it would be the entire photo, so it wouldn't work for this gameplay segment. That last thing was solvable without guessing, but you had to metagame it. You had to metagame, like, what they're gonna ask you next. Is this part? Yeah, because the giant break is visible in the other photo, but it's the entire photo, so you couldn't do this part of the game.
Take that!
Take that! Look closely just here. There it is, it's the slit. In the back of the screen, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I don't see anything. What are you talking about? You stupid. It is true that the hut in question has 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. I accidentally slipped into the old judge voice for that part. Whoops. My bad. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right, and many memo-san. It could only have been you. No! You! Chronically Online, Slippy Kids. Yeah, that definitely was Slippy Kids for sure.
Why don't you play this on a fucking laptop?
Crazy asses. Don't even know about Hungrybox destroying people's CRTs for no reason. My favorite Hungrybox moment is one of the ones where it's just, he gets up and just fucking Hulk smashes a CRT, and one of the commentators is like, that was my TV. It's so fucking funny. He's just so defeated because Hungrybox destroyed his television on live TV.
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
Objection. Oops. I accidentally destroyed my, my thingy. Stop! Oh my god, this fucking... My OBS is geeking for a second. There we go. I'm not using my Nintendo Switch, I'm using the OBS, since this game doesn't require any reaction time, I'm using my OBS replay thing to watch this game. No, of course not. And it geeked. It glitched for a second, so I couldn't see anything. Sorry about that.
We're not!
Can I send it after the stream? Yeah, I'll show you. It's really funny. It's like a kind of subtle one. It doesn't get included in too many of the pop-offs because he doesn't do anything too crazy besides that. But he gets up and just fucking pounds the TV. And the guy's like, that was my TV. I love that video. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death, inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just stood on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. Yeah, she was on the stool. Yeah, really too bad I can't fucking ban Ouchie. That would be very helpful. That guy's a dick. Ouchie is the definition of a dickling. He is... Honestly, the weirdest part to me is that this police detective guy was included in this. Because he has had no screen time yet, and it feels like we're about to end the case. It feels like the case is wrapping up, and the detective guy, who's a returning character, has done absolutely nothing. Maybe the idea is that, he was just there for, like, the cameo, right? I could see that.
A stool?
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word.
So, in fact, the victim was killed whilst sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. Oh my god. Oh, poor guy. He didn't do anything bad except kill that lady that one time. Just once, as a goof. By your silence, Many Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
Dun, 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 dun. That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness! I finally made him cave. Except, there's gonna be one last thing because they haven't played the crazy music yet. I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be! The Ouchie clan can't! What of my growth? My growth of hope!
It's gonna fall off his head. It's gonna fall off his head.
It wasn't an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't!
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude the proceedings by delivering my final... Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back in a crazy way. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Uh-oh. Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. He's honestly so based for this. He's so right. He's so smart. That guy's looking behind him. He can't fucking believe what he just saw. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. I'm assuming where he's going with this is the poison thing, right? The fact that the poison... She does have symptoms of being poisoned, and there was no poison on the knife. I'm assuming that's what he's referring to. So now we have to go into the wine thing, which is going to be pretty interesting. We have to go into the fact that there was like the spilled wine next to her, and it mentioned that the poison could have also been ingested. So yeah, this is the part where we're going to have to actually deal with the pen, the poisoned wine, and I guess also the stabbing stuff, because the stabbing is very mysterious too. But yeah, that's how you can tell an Ace Attorney trial is doing like a fake end, is when there's still like 8 million loose ends and unused pieces of evidence. That's how you know they're bullshitting you that it's about to end. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Yeah, there it is. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably, that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. he's solid again, man. Ouchie's back in business. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in the back and with whose blade. You know what's weird about Japan in general? This is something I found out the other day, and it like blew my mind. There's like a really common stereotype in Japanese stuff of like this exact character, like a really meek, kind of like middle of the hierarchy position guy who looks exactly like this, like a bald dude who's like really pathetic. But it turns out that Japan has one of the lowest like baldness rates in the entire world. There's something about the genetics of Japanese people and like East Asians in general where they don't bald as much as everybody else. I always thought the opposite, just because I always see this stereotype of like the bald Japanese businessman. But it turns out, yeah, they just they have like very low rates of it. And I think the number one is Native Americans. Native Americans, like, it's almost unheard of for them to go bald. It's very strange. I don't know what the deal is with that. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison. They did prove that. They definitely did prove that. It was definitely the wine. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Yeah, they got me pretty good. This stupid journalist is fucking owning me.
I love the music. Order, order, order! But where does this leave us?
That is a pretty good roast.
You are 15 years old.
That's the age equivalent of the homophobic dog. When people post a picture of that dog who looks in the camera and says, "I know what you are," that's like the Smash Kid equivalent of that. Is just by the way, it's like the same thing with the CRT question. As soon as they type in that one comment, they've immediately revealed too much.
How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see... Ooh. Oh my god. It was the magic dog who done it, I tell ya. That magic dog with the purple hands put the poison in the glass. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy...
That's definitely supposed to be wine. Why? Do they always call it like juice or water? I don't get it. That's 100% supposed to be wine.
A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the hut.
I'm assuming it's a rating. Is this game rated E for everyone? No, because people are brutally murdered constantly.
And knocked onto the sandy floor. The poison could have been slipped into either. Somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Champagne. I guess it could be champagne. That is true.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot.
A whole month? I love that dog. He's so adorable. He may say rude stuff sometimes, but by golly, he's an adorable dog. Hey, why the bewitching stare? I think the funniest part is the part where, the people who own the dog got really mad about that meme. They got really fucking pissed because it was just like a random Instagram page people stole all those photos of the dog from. And, they got like really mad that people took the dog and made it an icon of homophobia on the internet. Which, I mean, is like, you would be so shocked if you woke up one day and found out that your fucking pet was a famous hate symbol and they was getting news articles written on it and shit.
Why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you!
You have to stay still. Oh, because of the shots, right? That makes sense. That does suck. You just gotta lay there. That sucks.
Was you!
Oh, they like the meme? That's not what I heard. Oh, wow. Oh, that's good. I'm glad they had a sense of humor about it. I heard it, but I heard it as an anonymous internet comment, so it was most likely someone just bullshitting. They said that the owners, like, hated the meme because it incriminated their dog unfairly. You know, it turned their dog into a horrible monster. I do love that meme, though. It's really funny. What on earth does he mean? The thing about that meme, too, is that, the dog always says, like, really horrible shit, but I've never seen anybody actually get offended by the meme. It's just exclusively people like it.
What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is the prime press fodder, this is.
It would seem this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis of that claim.
I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many monomism.
For a brief moment, I thought it illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity. Just where is this trial going to take us? No, don't say to be continued, bro. Okay, thank God. I was so scared this was going to go on for another 5 hours. I want to finish this in time. We only have like 35 minutes left in the stream. I need this case to end. Are we doing movie night tonight? Anybody want to do movie night? I don't care either way. I have no preference. I do too. I love photos of dogs doing the side eye. It's really funny. And GIFs. I love the gifs of dogs just giving people the side eye. It's so evil when they do that. My dog earlier today pissed all over my rug, but she didn't even give me the side eye. She just fucking stared me down. She looked me directly in the fucking eye while she peed on my rug.
I stabbed the English woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent.
Because she called it actually revenge for Brockwurst's Dr. Pepper rug, I believe. That was her dog manifesto that she left behind.
Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't gonna punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back? You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Stop bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade and the sweet justice right in there.
Oh my god, he admitted to the whole thing.
As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me.
Oh my god.
You guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again? She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended a pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this Jono here is off the hook.
The argument is sound, certainly.
I don't think you're off the hook.
I'm pretty sure stabbing someone is still a crime. Even if they're gonna die regardless. Otherwise, people who had murderous tendencies would just go to hospitals when people were about to die of cancer and just take a stab. Just stab them in the arm right before they pass. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, the reporter had nothing to do with the poison. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. After I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he gonna get away with it?
Yeah, the side eye. The side eye is the, like the classic for that homophobic dog thing. The only one where he's not doing a side eye is the one where it says, I know what you are, because he's looking straight at the camera. I love that one.
Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final Yes!
Okay, thank God, we're at the final cross-examination. Oh, we're so close, 30 minutes left. I might be able to make it in time. I hope I can beat this trial in time. I'm so hungry though, I want to eat so bad.
Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman.
Good job, Many Memo. Yeah, exactly. He gains nothing from this. I don't understand. I truly don't understand.
That proves I'm innocent.
Poor Reanimated Bit, man. Reanimated Bit tried to play one fucking blurb, and it just refused to play. Every single other blurb from today played perfectly fine. That fucking program has it out for him. Every time he tries to use it, it doesn't work.
Because why would I stab her if I've already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't gonna punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
Let's press this. That already poisoned her thing.
So you still maintain you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like... They're called suspenders. The accused administered the poison. Oh, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. The crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see.
That's not how the law works. That's 100% not how the law works.
Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
Japan law goes crazy, dude. In Japanese courts, since you can't get arrested for just stabbing people and somebody else kills them, rich people will just hire a homeless guy to murder someone if they get to stab him first. The rich people gather in a circle, they all take turns stabbing the guy, and then they let the homeless guy finish him off. And the homeless guy's family gets $1 million. They break the system. They get around it all. Because, as we all know, stabbing people isn't a crime.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim.
Do something that evil, and you've got it coming. That's how the law works.
That's not how the law works.
The law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness?
It got my goat.
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba.
Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland, a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside, you could see it. I really felt for her.
Who said hold it? Who said hold it?
Oh, it's her. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That your journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
That is true, he did lie 800 times.
Exactly, he's a filthy, rotten, black, bigoted, dirty, peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
Don't, please, man, I'm in the middle of the final cross-examination. Just go.
This is likely to be the final cross-examination. Okay, it's still the final one, good. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
All right, let's see what she's got to say.
It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
I see. Let's press that. Oops. She did mention that earlier.
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, oh, this is the wrong guy.
Additionally, Miss Brett had certainly had knowledge of the new poison.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba till he agreed to show me the poison. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing. And since Soseki-san expressed such interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you could understand that. Was that his case? I don't remember what his case was. He was accused of murder. I remember that. We had to, defend this guy in jail. I don't remember what a crime he was accused of, though. Definitely a murder. I don't know what the murder was.
I guess it was a poisoning.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
Hey, what's up, Zeke the Jolteon? Welcome back. Good to see you, dude. How you doing? You got here in time for the final cross-examination of this first case. I hope we can finish the first case today. We do not have much time left, but it says it's the last one. Who knows? Maybe we will. Oh, it was that case. That case was fucking awesome. Yeah, the case that this Soseki-san was originally from was old people throwing fucking books out the window and clocking some idiot in the head and killing him. That's so they claim. It was actually some sort of knife or something. She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Yes. Many Manamono-san. One small question if you don't mind.
I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly, you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard.
Sorry for being late. Oh, no worries. It's all good. If you're worried about stuff you missed too, all of these story games get saved, so it'll be backed up in the highlights section and also on the YouTube archive, so no need to worry about missing stuff.
Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Show You News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Menimano-san, I can't ever pronounce his name, so I gave up. As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many-memoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. An article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory, based on information he gleaned from eavesdropping. Yeah, his name is a big old pun. Right in many memo. They originally, in the first one, there were fewer puns, if I remember. This game brought the puns back in a big way. This character is also a pun named Ray. Her name is like Ray Member or something. Ray Member Me. Some shit like that. So that's what it's all about. You were trying to cover up the fact you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Why do I feel like this guy could have been the ancestor of fucking Larry Butts? I feel like this guy could have been Larry Butts' great ancestor, especially since he mentions stink. That's a classic Larryism. It doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record.
Uh-oh, stinky.
Yeah, this guy is 100 stinks. This guy has the force of 1,000 skunks behind him.
You may amend your formal testimony.
That's not good testimony. That's not helpful. The point is, if you'd poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well. True. He's so true. So true, Queen. Is that what he added? I thought that was already there. I'll press the final statement, I guess.
Hold it!
Hold it! Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even taste it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. And between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed... Oops. But what was the stab weapon? That's the question, right? I still kind of think there's two possibilities, right? The poison clearly came out of the pen. That's where I'm leaning towards. The poison was inside the pen because it's got that middle segment that opens up and there's no ink in it. But the question is, how do you get the ink into her blood, right? Like the poison that replaced the ink. So either he stabbed her with the pen, which would explain why she has it in her hand because she pulled it out of her back, which wouldn't then explain the presence of the knife. Then I wouldn't know how the knife got there. Or alternatively, it was poured from the pen into the wine, which is kind of how I'm leaning towards right now. I figure that the contents of the pen were poured into the wine. She drank the wine. She died. But either way, I mean, it still works. But that one has a little bit of indiscretion as well, because she's still holding the pen. If she had poured the poison in knowingly, or someone else had poured it in for her to drink, why would she have the pen clutched in her hands when she dies? Either way, there's a little bit of discrepancy. We have the knife on record. It's right here, the small knife.
Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry, what change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Minimamo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. The victim had unwittingly taken the poison already. The reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. It's not, though. That's the thing. Because you have to think about the fact that there's very few people in the world who know about the existence of this poison, right? Very few people know about the existence of the poison. So if she did die of the poison, and he figured out the exact nature of it, then he would be in the crosshairs immediately.
There's no question this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her, even after the poisoning, I feel sure everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
I agree. In order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Okay, I'll do it. I'll try to glean more.
Hold it!
Did I already press this one? The stabbings? I did not. So, you admit you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett?
Ha! The woman's very existence offended my senses of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who'd committed the murder right here on our empire's soil. But our good-for-nothing government didn't do anything. Not a chance.
So I had to step in.
Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So, in summary, murderous intentions then?
Whatever you want to call it.
The point is this.
That Englishwoman was a blight. I had to do what was right for society.
Or you wanted to create a good-ass story. A good scoop, as it were. I'm saving over all my old saves because I'm not going back to that first game. We already beat it.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock. A crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning had nothing to do with me at all. Yeah, this guy, honestly, this guy's won me over. He innocent, man. It was her, after all along.
Hold it!
Wait, I already pressed this one. Why you do this, game? Go to the next thing. That was my bad. I pressed the same thing right again in a row. Oh, this is the different one. It's just the exact same shit he said. Okay, cool. So he still denies everything, because he's a hoe. I think I've pressed everything now. I stabbed the Englishwoman. That proves I'm innocent.
Hold it!
Hold it! Okay, so I pressed this too. Good. I'm just making sure. I think I know what to do, but I'm just going to make sure that I've already pressed everything. I've got all my ducks in a row. Aha, see, this is why you press again, because sometimes shit changes for no reason. This one, it does let me skip through, which means this is new information. It changed for no reason. If she was acquitted, she would have gone back a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. I really fell for her.
Objection!
There's no inculpatory evidence to that effect. Yeah, she wouldn't poison her nemesis. The prosecution is deliberately leading the court. That's right, and my lawyer will throw you for it if you're not careful. Oh, Ray, don't throw things like that out there.
Tut, tut, tut. Let the yokel student be aware that her humor is not appreciated in this courtroom.
I can't allow the court to be influenced by this reporter's testimony. Ray is the only one who knows what really happened. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
Alright, let's see if anything changed in this one. Nope, this one we already pressed, so we have all the information we need. Good. Perfect. I think we could do this. I think we can beat it. It's time to win. It's time to win the entire first case. And then we could go back to England, finally, and meet up with Herlock Sholmes again. Or at least cut back to the characters who are already in England. I'm okay with leaving What's-Her-Face behind here, Susato.
Hold it!
If you poison someone, you don't need to go back and stab them again. Okay, good. Yeah, we pressed this one as well. So we're all ready. That's undeniable. The reporter overheard their conversation. Yes, okay, so Menimamo-san first found out about the exact nature of the poison he'd used, right then and there. Okay, I'll try now. I'm gonna try to solve this. I'm gonna try to crack this. So I have everything I need. I've done all the pressing, I have all the evidence. Now we just need to put it into place. Bum, 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 ba, da, bum. I stabbed the English woman. Okay, let's look at our evidence. So he's claiming no reason to stab her because I already poisoned her, right? Or someone else already poisoned her secretly. This is not important. This is not important. We don't need to look at this thing no more. The chemical reagent, just yet anyway. I don't think we need to look at the chemical reagent. No trace of poison on the blade. That's good. Let's look at the beach hut plan again. So he's back here. Stabby McGee is back here. Dude's sitting on the bench. The culprit's sitting on the bench. Just kidding, the victim. Culprit's standing here. Okay. Good, good. What does it want me to do here? Why would I have bothered to stab? I don't know which, sentence it wants me to do either. I stabbed the English woman, and it's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. That one is I feel like that might be the one they want me to put something against, but I'm not sure. Why would I stab her if I already poisoned her? That's another good one to put something against. That's another really good one to put something against. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction. Poison article. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. So that's a good reason too, right? The chemicals could not be detected without the university. The university would be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with the impaired breathing and ending with the acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Suggestive of a toxin. Bum, bum, bum. I think maybe this is what they want, right? Is if he had poisoned her before, but he didn't know the exact nature of it, then he wouldn't have known until overhearing that conversation that only people from the university would know, and that this girl that the British person happened to be talking to is exactly someone who would know exactly what happened immediately. She would have immediately known that it was the secret new poison that was being developed. And, like I said, there are very few people in the entire world who know about how the poison works. So he would be kind of fucked. I wonder if that's what it wants. I kind of doubt it, because that seems like a little bit of a stretch. But that might be what it wants. That might be what they want from me. I could try it. I've got a couple pips here to play with. I'll try it. Why not? Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Okay, I'm glad I tried, because I was going to think about it for 3 more minutes first. That worked out well.
Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were in the laboratory together, We were told it was a terrible toxin.
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. See, that's what's nice about getting to the end of the trial and you still have like a bunch of pips left, is you can just throw stuff at the wall and hope it sticks. If you've got a hunch but you're not 100% sure that's what they want.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Many Memo-sans made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Ugh.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison while the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membani-san entered the hut.
Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Many Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article. Namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement.
The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs and death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison. Yep, there you go. Which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Oh my god, I nailed it, dude. I nailed it! I nailed it so hard.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing.
None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered the unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, right in Many Memo. Oh my god, he's gonna snap his suspenders, bro, I promise. He's 100% gonna snap his suspenders. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. I got you, bro. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But the last he's also gonna make me prove it, though, is the thing. So we have to get ready for that. He's gonna try to make me, the pen is how we prove it, right? Yeah, the small amount of liquid still inside the reservoir. We can check it with the reagent. There, okay, we got him. We got him 100%. You learned of these facts, but you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction, but he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is
extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging the knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Ooh.
Yeah, you suck. The suspender man sucks. Order, order, order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope?
Yes, get his ass. Drag his ass, Susato. Uh-oh. It's not over yet. Come on, man, we have like 5 minutes left. How is it not over yet? Oh, he's so evil. He spiked that shit.
You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument, because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue. That's what Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin.
Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave.
Aha, it's the pen, you stupid.
Getting the poison out would be very difficult.
Yeah, I got you. Sorry, bro. Sorry, Many Memo.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open? CI writes in Many Memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's lab.
Oh my god. We got him. We got him dead to rights. We just have to show the pen and it should be over.
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill.
If that's the case. As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is this. There is one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you— Oh, done. We got him. Good job, we beat him. That's the end of it. RM is doomed.
Like that.
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago.
I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soupçon of sumptuous ink. The work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talk of sucking up ink have? And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Many Memo-san. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Dun, 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 dun. We got his ass. We got his ass so hard, dude.
More absurdity. That never happened.
True, we have heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from happening. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
There could be any number of alternate explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, his pen fell.
Objection!
I love the music too, it's great. I still like the original Ace Attorney music better, but the one in this is so cool. I love how it's like all orchestrated instead of all electronic like the old one. That can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
They're definitely taking full advantage of it being on a new console, you know? On the DS, they used that, old buzzy ass music. On this one, it's just like full-on orchestra. As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to an interview with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison filled its reservoir and into the victim's glass. Ugh. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? Oh my god, he's Wolverine, bro. Oh no. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! Oh my god. Oh, I was hoping the judge would just have 2 pencils through his eyes dead. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's gonna take one final decisive blow. I've got it. Easy, check this out. Chemical reagent. It's used to find out if there's fucking poison. Just put that on the pen. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. Rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did. Ha! No such evidence possibly exists. Many Meno-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. Let's go, Susato. I'm so proud of her. Susato solved her first mystery all by herself. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen. There it is. Chemical reagent, boom! Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Benimono-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all doubt. Woo! Got his ass. You snap your suspenders, bitch. Snap the suspenders. Snap them. You can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least no one to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen. Erg! Yeah! Oh my god. Oh my god. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this. Trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation, but giving up to powers. I took up arms in the form of the mighty pen. All in the name of justice and righteousness. Many memo! Oh my god. Susato, with me. They're doing the Susato takedown. It's so evil. This is too messed up. Close your eyes. Oh. He's dead. That's it. He's gone. Unfortunately, he was murdered. He was massacred. That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. That doesn't make any fucking sense. This fucking Hamtaro ho. He did go a little crazy. He went too crazy, so he was zooming. He was zooming and they had to do the takedown. That was fucking sick. That was nasty. Unfortunately, he did break his neck on impact and they are now both going to prison. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. They girl bossed it up pretty hard. Look at him. That's the face of a man who was just thoroughly girl bossed. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? I'm honestly so again, just like in the first game, I'm so surprised that one of the big villains is just like unceremoniously killed off. It's kind of shocking. I thought she was going to be a big overarching villain and she was like faking her death here. But no, she's just dead. She just died for no reason. Very weird, very mysterious.
Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face! Oh my god, he went crazy. Oh my god, she's so evil. Oh my god, she's so evil. What's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? That's so dope. Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. Oh my god, she's mean. Thank you, Thousand Fires, for the follow, appreciate it. You got here just in time, we're wrapping up this very first case. Want to know the time here in Finland? Yeah, lay it on me. What's the time zone damage? What is the time zone damage?
What did you call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. I can't lie, I love when people call people oafs. It's hilarious to me. That's a great insult. She did. She died of racism. She 100% overdosed on racism. She just, like, thought she could get away with anything, including talking smack to a caveman. Unfortunately, cavemans don't just fucking take that lying down.
That's what I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time.
What a terrible tale.
In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. But I couldn't.
I'm honestly so shocked she's dead. I thought she was gonna be like one of the overarching villains, you know? Like one of the most evilest British of people.
I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all.
I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired. No, that's called the murderous spirit, bro. You just actually rage murdered. That is not a journalist spirit.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. You sought?
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened. And finally, I discovered the truth. Yeah, he knew she was going to get off scot-free. Yeah, he killed her because she's British. British and entitled. It was the combo. It was the true combo. She was too British and too entitled, so he snapped. He poisoned her. I still don't understand how he poisoned her. I feel like they're just going to kind of gloss over that. But, like, he was getting yelled at by her while she was drinking her drink. And then somehow he had time to dump all of his poison into her cup without her noticing. And then leave his pen behind. Then circle around and stab her in the back. And then she grabbed his pen as she was dying for no reason. That part I don't get. That part I do not understand. But I guess maybe they'll explain. We'll see. Finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. I mean, it was. Let's not lie. Yeah, he is. He's J. Jonah Jameson, senior. A cover-up? What do you mean? Get me pictures of Samurai Man. I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset, a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is gonna let criminals walk free, if they're gonna crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
He definitely turned into Wolverine, I'm not gonna lie. He's so evil now.
Let's not forget, Many Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jezzael Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose, when you put it that way, I guess blaming an innocent woman of murder is kinda bad. I guess. It would appear we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for... We did it! We did not make it, actually. I'm like 15 minutes over time. I was supposed to end my stream at 9 Central sharp, but it's fine. We'll keep going until we get to, like, the conclusion of this chapter. And then we'll be all done for today. So follow if you want to see more. Next Saturday, 4 p.m. Central, we're back to Ace Attorney. If you missed any of this session and you want to catch up, it's going to go up on the YouTube archive, and it's going to be in the Twitch highlight section. This entire session, so you can see what you missed. Counsel for the defense, Ryu Hartaro Naruto. Yeah, that's me. You didn't say my name wrong at all. Yes, ahem. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable, but this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's experience. Yeah, Naruhodo did that. Also, I also stream Thursdays through Sundays, not just on Saturday. But Ace Attorney is only gonna be on Saturday. Until we're done with it. We're finally back. It's been like 10 to 11 months since we did the first half of this game. Finally back for part 2. I'm so excited to get through it. I loved that first one. It just, I don't know, I never got around to coming back to it. Yeah, he didn't break his suspenders. I really thought, they always have the animation where like they go crazy. His turned out to be the Wolverine claw thing. I thought for sure he was just gonna like pull them so hard that they snap. And he was gonna go nuts. But nope, his suspenders survived. One character from this chapter that gets to survive is the suspenders. Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. Why she's pretending to be a guy? Oh, it's because they live in like 1800s Japan. This is like 1890s to 1900s, somewhere in that era, so they just like straight up didn't let women be lawyers. Like she just could not be a lawyer if she was a woman. So she's pretending to be a man so she could represent her friend in the game. In the game of law, as it's known. Otherwise, her friend would have swung, because no one else was going to take her on as a client. She's usually a legal assistant. She's like a paralegal who helps out the protagonist guy. But he's not here, he's in Great Britain. She's the only one in Japan. So she had to step up. She had to step up and pretend to be a man so she could be a lawyer for a little bit. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? What the fuck is that thing, Professor Ouchie? Put it away. Put the birdhouse away, bro. You don't need it. Pac-Man World, repack. Oh, hell yeah. I should try that sometime, man. I played Pac-Man World, I think, when I was a kid. Like, eons ago. But now that it's been repacked, hell yeah, I should definitely try it sometime. The problem is right now my stream schedule is completely packed. I'm doing Skyrim on Thursday. I did the Elden Ring thing on Friday. I'm doing this Saturday and then Smash Sunday. That's all the days I stream. Prosecutor Ouchie. Yeah, exactly. Completely packed. See, 107 got it. 107 picks up when I'm packing down. Waka waka, if you will. I, Takatsuchi of the Uchi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. No, he's gonna commit seppuku on his little hair tuft. No. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Don't do it, Ouchie. Rather than living on in shame. I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Ouchieism.
Ouchie-ism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my topknot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takatsuchi.
What a fucking dope freestyle, bro. No, not the little tuft. Don't do it. It has so much to live for. Oh, it's gone. Oh, and it gently flies away into the breeze. This game is so over. I love the fucking sad music too, like something sad actually just happened. They're fucking praying. He's fucking praying for the spirit of the... They're all praying. Even the serious characters are like totally playing along. Nobody's sandbagging this. They're all selling this, like this could have been a character's death scene. They're selling it so hard. That was fucking amazing.
Now, in regard to the defendant, remember me, son.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty!
Let's go! We did good that time, wow. Usually I do really shit in the first case of an Ace Attorney game because I'm like learning the ropes again. But we actually did a flawless run there if it wasn't for that one time where there were two pieces of evidence that were technically like kind of similar and I picked the wrong one. The one I wasn't looking for. Basically, there was one point when they needed me to point out like how he could have stabbed her from outside. And I was supposed to use this photo, but I used this photo instead, which is from his POV looking through the hole he could have stabbed through. So if it wasn't for that, it would have been a flawless run. That was a pretty good first case.
Court is adjourned.
Yes! First case is done. Let's go. Oh man, next week we're gonna get to finally go back to see how the people in Britain are doing. I'm so excited. Dude, I fucking love Ace Attorney exactly for those moments. The fucking moment of the death scene of that guy's 6 strands of hair was incredible. I can't believe they legitimately gave his hair a climactic send-off with sad music as it floated away. That was so good.
13th August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 3.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Also, I'll give Susato back her normal voice once the main character's back, but she has protagonist voice for now. Because she's disguised as a man, you see, so she gets the man voice. There he is. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Oh, it's him! Oh no, it's her. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father! Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. You're already crying. It's time to get the hell off. Wakabi, does it fucking look like I'm done, bitch? Shut down. Shut down and sit up, Wakabi. You know what I'm saying? Because we are right in the middle of the climactic finale of this case. We're going until the case is over. Because John Uppy said so. So deal with it. You just gotta sit there, Wakabi. You gotta sit there and fucking wallow in it. See what you've done? You've extended the stream by 30 seconds because I had to dress you down. Do you understand the folly of your ways now, Wakabi? Do you understand how you fucked up? You fucked up on this day, Wakabi. You've made me pissed off and chew you out. You didn't have to get chewed out, did you? But you just had to run your mouth and draw out the stream for a whole other 30 seconds that it didn't need to be drawn out by. Got my eyes on you, Wakabi. I beat your ass next time you speak to me in this manner. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh, no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry. We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger! Throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... What? I'm the greatest defense lawyer, Ryutaru Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar to... What the fuck is a milk bar? Ew! That's disgusting. What the fuck is a milk bar? Do I want to know? Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really not- I don't like that at all. I fucking hate the concept of a wind bar. A milk bar? But no matter what that is, it can't be good. That sounds so disgusting. We knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness. No, of course not, of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very end. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. You know what's crazy? I think last time we streamed this, it was either while we were streaming this one or Ace Attorney, the original trilogy. That was before Smash Ultimate had even been done putting out DLC. I was hoping that this would be the final DLC, was Ace Attorney guy, Phoenix Wright. It was not. It was Microsoft's man. I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame.
What?
Oh, it's these idiots. They're back too.
What is happening?
Ah, Sozeki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I suppose. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba. See, she's back in Susato form now.
I don't...
So dashing, so divine.
No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding Ace Attorney!
He said the thing. Credits roll. Yeah, roll credits now. Now that he said Ace Attorney, we can finally roll credits. Oh, it's just a snack bar. That makes more sense. That's a lot less disgusting than it sounded. I thought the milk bar would be like a giant trough in the middle of a barn, and it's just a big trough, and there's cows being milked directly into the trough, and you have to be on all fours and drink the milk out of the trough. That's, to me, what milk bar sounds like, if I were to guess, based just on the name. So that it's a lot more pleasant than it sounded in its description. I thought it was somewhere where, you know, some weird shit goes down. Poor Sozeki-san, so confused. And there he is, that was his appearance in the first game. He has those fucking teeth from the monster from Majora's Mask, dude. He has a fucking monster that lives under the village in the future timeline in Hyrule Castle. Or that's Ocarina, my bad. Oh yeah, it was in Majora's Mask too, I forgot about that. Majora's Mask is so good. That game is like side quest the game. The side quests are so cool. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. If you guys want to see that, you'll have to watch the old playthrough, the first half of this game. This was back in England, jolly old England. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. After Wakabi's comment, he was finally getting his ass beat. Wakabi, I'm gonna fucking beat your dog ass, bro. I'm gonna tar and feather your ass. He now seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. It really wasn't. All she did was tuck her hair away. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? Mr. Turtle was a great disguise.
I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector.
Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. Mr. Turtle is a fantastic disguise. That's a classy disguise, too. This disguise was okay. but it wasn't convincing. Mr. Turtle is convincing because who on earth would wear a turtle on top of their head? This guy, it's humiliating. So you would think nobody would do that to themselves. Nobody would willingly don the Mr. Turtle garb unless they truly were Mr. Turtle. 9 months ago, he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, and he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then, on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe. Why are they doing, like, flashback recaps of the first game now? That's bizarre. We've already done an entire case. People who didn't know what was going on didn't make it this far. They straight up did not play the game this far, because there was a whole 5 hours where you had no idea what was happening. So that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now that the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Oh yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally.
The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Oh yeah, I forgot Susato is like a complete Herlock Sholmes stan. That was really funny. She always like talked shit on Naruhodo and said Herlock Sholmes was the only one who knew anything.
I remember him as well, of course.
Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes... Oh, this is her talking. The detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend.
Yeah, well, he's dead now!
Yeah, that is true. I guess it had been this game had to have released not at the same time as the first one, so even people who had played the first one, probably, like me, needed a small recap on what the fuck happened. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? They have the same voice, by the way. They have the exact same voice. I just can't believe it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, that's his daughter, there she is. Then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial...
Wait, his daughter was conceived while he was studying abroad in Great Britain? Either he has the world's greatest dick game known to human history, or the mother's got some explaining to do. Susato Sr. has got some explaining to do. That would explain why she looks nothing like him, though.
I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University, but I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge.
Oh my god, that's so evil. Holy crud. The advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. There's so much conspiracy afoot. That's what I remember from the first game, is that there was like a massive, like a web of conspiracy and intrigue that I did not have enough information to crack. Interesting. I guess we're going to learn about that. This game will test my memory. Oh no. I played this like 10 months ago. I'm not going to remember much. I'll try my best. I'll try my best to remember what the fuck happened. Will you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because of an urgent telegram that arrived from Japan. It said you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way?
Or harm me?
That's really the only explanation I can think of. Okay, thank God, it's same game memory. That's good. Good.
Dear me,
Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Arrgh, let me go!
There he is, baby. There he is. Many Memo knows. Many Memo was talking about how he uncovered some secret conspiracy and the editor covered it up. He knows what's going down between Mikotoba and the British. Mikotoba and the British are in league.
Many Menamento-san.
So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me! I know the truth. I know you had a hand.
Yep.
I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Oh my. What?
Huh? Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Oh!
Swag, baby! Okay, so that means, oh, interesting. That was like Susato's bestie, too. That's messed up. Student of law? He must mean the samurai guy. Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Oog! Oh no! He got judge takedown.
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. Bro, this fucking judge is in on it too. Oh my god, there's so much intrigue.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I'll be in there shortly.
I don't know, man. Oh, there's so many people who could be involved. For sure, that creepy guy who lives in the clock tower in England. Definitely involved with some shady shit. Mikotoba, maybe? But I don't know, Mikotoba seems like a good guy. Maybe he's like, I don't know, maybe he's in a position where he just can't tell the truth exactly, but I don't know. I can't imagine he would do that. Like, kill his daughter's best friend, or at least be complicit in the murder.
Thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
Ha 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 ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend. Seishiruku Jaguku.
Man, get better names. This dude's called Goku. They should just call him like Bob Simpleton. That's what they did in the original Ace Attorney trilogy. They tried to pretend like everything was taking place in America, so all the characters were just named like Jake Rakem. There was no names like Seishiro Jigoku for me to remember.
And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato?
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
Ha 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 ha. A judge sees everything, Susato.
Yeah, so these two guys here, I feel like, are kind of in on it, but not. You know, like they're part of the bureaucracy, so they can't stand up against what's happening. I feel they're not in on the conspiracy in like an active role. They can't. They're too nice.
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known that he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father...
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. Probably after I'm tragically murdered and can no longer provide any information. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much. Jigoku means hell, and his name Seishiro means samurai in government. So he's the government hell samurai. Fair enough. That's pretty accurate. Good job, government hell samurai.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that.
Ha 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 ha. Dude, that guy's kicking it up. He loves it. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Not you again.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh yes, of course. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear. Please, tell me at once.
I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on this ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day he sent a telegram to you asking you to return.
Oh my god. Yeah, he knows. Mikotoba definitely knows what's good. It's because we're getting too close to the heart of the corruption in England. We're getting into dangerous waters back in England. Herlock and our boy Naruhodo are in trouble. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in.
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
Second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about? Huh? Huh? Did this happen? Are they trolling? Am I being trolled right now? There was the case where there was books being thrown out of a window. I remember that. What other case are they talking about? Maybe we don't know. Maybe the game is like doing a meta trick where we're part of the public, so we don't know about the second case. Either that or I just forgot. That's also very possible. Is it the one with that little girl as Lestrade when she was accused? He was tangentially related to that, I think. Whatever. It's the first case people know about.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
What? That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Oh my god. That's the cliffhanger. Oh, that's such a cliffhanger. Wow. How dare you? That's crazy. I don't remember what case they're talking about.
The mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
What is this accent? What the fuck?
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter.
I don't recognize this accent at all. Is that Welsh?
Second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the
Europeanese? Yeah, pretty much.
Perhaps you
Pretty
might like to
much.
look over them again.
I would love to look over them again, Susato, because I don't remember what the hell's going on.
This year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Poor Susato, she's trapped in Japan.
Sato.
Good job, Susato, you nailed it. You killed it. You did really good as a lawyer, even though it was your first time. She didn't even have another lawyer to hold her hand either. That was really impressive. Naruhodo's first case, he had an actual lawyer there to like do the heavy lifting. Hey, oh, Susato's success. That's it. That's for the first chapter. All done. Wow, I'm sorry this went like almost an hour over time, but yeah, that's all the time we have for this week. We're not going to do this every week where we just like go over the time limit to get the case done, but given that it was the very first case and that we were like at a climax point near the end of the stream, I figured I might as well just let it run until I finished. But yeah, that's episode 1. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Cool. Awesome. Okay, so next week we're going to start off right from here. Episode 2's very beginning. Hope you all enjoyed the return to Ace Attorney Chronicles. Again, I stream Thursdays through Sundays, 4 to 9 p.m. Central. And next Saturday at 4 p.m., we are going to continue exactly where we left off here. Until then, if you missed anything, YouTube archive and Twitch highlights section will have this first part uploaded so you can catch up. But yeah, until then, until tomorrow, I will be long gone in 2 seconds. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Yeah, you all have a good night too. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.